Let me be like him, Father, so I can help your will be done. Abba, send your Ruach to me. Breathe your nefesh into my lungs. Whoa, whoa. Yahuah Eloheinu, Yahuah Echad, He is one. Yahusha Meshikenu, Eloheinu Melech Haolam. Whoa, whoa. Yahuah Eloheinu, Yahuah Echad, He is one. Yahuah Abba, Yahusha Bain, Ruach HaKodesh Echad Amen. Yahuah Father, Yahusha Son, Ruach HaKodesh Echad One. Yahuah Abba, Yahusha Bain, Ruach HaKodesh Echad Amen. Yahuah Father, Yahusha Son, Ruach HaKodesh Echad One. Yahusha HaMashiach, Yahuah's one and only Son. Whoa, whoa. Let me be like him, Father, so I can help your will be done. Abba, send your Ruach to me. Breathe your nefesh into my lungs. Whoa, whoa. Yahuah Eloheinu, Yahuah Echad, He is one. Yahusha Meshikenu, Eloheinu Melech Haolam. Whoa, whoa. Yahuah Eloheinu, Yahuah Echad, He is one. Yahuah Abba, Yahusha Bain, Ruach HaKodesh Echad Amen. Yahuah Father, Yahusha Son, Ruach HaKodesh Echad One. Yahuah Abba, Yahusha Bain, Ruach HaKodesh Echad Amen. Yahuah Father, Yahusha Son, Ruach HaKodesh Echad One. And the esteem which you gave me, I have given them, so that they might be one, as we are one. I and them, and you and me, so that they might be perfected into one.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Good to see you all here. The first Shabbat of the year this year. And I wanted to add how much of a barakoth, a blessing it was to be fellowshipping with everyone in person. You know, I can't describe the joy I felt. And, you know, it inspires me and others to, you know, look forward to these fellowships and things like that and really cherish them. But it was great. And
Yep,
Shabbat
you're
Shalom,
sounding
everybody.
particularly chill, Jeremy. You obviously enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, it was really a blessing, and I truly needed it. Honestly, I haven't traveled anywhere for years, so it was nice to have a change of scenery, you know. Very relaxing and such a blessing. I miss it already.
Yeah, great to see the baptisms as well. Nice videos of people being baptized. Nice job.
Yeah, no, to thank you. You know, it was my first time doing baptisms and immersions, so it was all Yahuah led, honestly. And it was such a pleasure meeting each and every one of you. Let me go ahead. So our Torah portions today, which we're going to be getting into, it's going to be, let's see, 1 second here. So it's Vayashav, and it's Genesis 37, 43 to 23, and then Jubilees 39 to 41. And let me go ahead and start off with a prayer first. And before that, if anybody would like to help read as well, please let us know. And it'll just be a single chapter. It just helps with the reading, and it's great to hear everyone's voice as well. All right, let's do a prayer here and begin. Father, Abba Yahuah, we come to you in prayer to ask for your blessings and your guidance as we read and we study through your word. Please help to put a hedge of protection around our gathering here. And please continue to help lead us to your truth. Give us that discernment we all need to know your truth from men's truth. I also wanted to say a prayer for those who are struggling through any kind of trials, tribulations, stresses, burdens, whatever it may be. We all need your help, Father, and we need your strength to endure to the end. But we also know that going through these trials and tribulations, it's a marker showing that we are on the correct path. And we know that path is very narrow, and it's just that pressing of the olives that we all must endure. And I wanted to thank you for this fellowship and for everyone here. And I pray all this to you in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach. May it be so. All right. Chris, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, sister. All right. Glad to have you all here. So, Micah, Shabbat Shalom, brother. We got Tracy, Shabbat Shalom, sister. Brother Ken, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Jacob, Shabbat Shalom, brother. And Sister Kayleen, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Rebecca, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Natalie, Shabbat Shalom, sister. We got Brother Lachlan. Good to see you here, brother. Shabbat Shalom. We got John and Sophia, which it was a pleasure meeting you both as well. Shabbat Shalom. Glad you can make it.
Shabbat Shalom.
We got Sister Miranda. Shabbat Shalom. Sister
Shabbat
Shabbat Shalom, Miranda.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. It was also a pleasure meeting you and everybody else who was there. Brother Micah, Rebecca, and so many of you were there.
It was
just an
the
absolute
best.
pleasure.
Shabbat Shalom, Pacey,
Absolutely.
and everybody else, and Jennifer, and
Shabbat.
Marissa, and Spencer's.
Yes, Shabbat Shalom, you guys.
Good to have you. Good to hear you. And let's see, Sister Natalie, Shabbat Shalom. Wait, I mentioned
Shabbat Shalom anyway.
right? Double Shabbat Shalom. And then AP, Shabbat Shalom and welcome. Glad to have you here. We got Sister Jermaine, Shabbat Shalom. And Brother Drew as well. Shabbat Shalom to you, brother. And Sister Jessica, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Tracy, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Dwayne, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
And
Shalom.
Sister Sherry, Shabbat Shalom. Let's see, we got Esme as well. Sister Esme, Shabbat Shalom. And anybody else who has joined in recently as well. Shabbat Shalom to you all. And yeah, Sister Chris, let's see. I don't know if she can make it into the chat. I think she's having some technical difficulties here. Let me try to help her out here. How do I invite others here? Oh, there we go. All right. So we're going to start our Torah portion here in Genesis, chapter 37. And again, if anybody would like to help read, just please let us know in the chat. And I will start it off here.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I don't know if this is the time for this or not. Just kind of before you get going, just a little reminder for anyone who would like to join us for Pesach, to get in touch with me. It's going to be Friday, April 3rd. We're in Sunrise Beach, Missouri. So just a friendly reminder that if you're going to be coming, please let me know. That way we can make, the appropriate accommodations, because we're going to be doing a goat and stuff, like a couple goats and stuff like that. So we need to know how much we need to do.
Awesome. If I was not already just there, I would love to attend. But no, perfect time to drop that info. Thank you.
Oh, it's just a hop, skip, and a skippity-doo away, Jeremy.
Yeah, right? Another 1,000 in plane tickets? No.
Yeah. We would love to have you someday. That would be amazing. Love to see you again.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's that much more personal meeting everybody in person, being face to face. But all right, so let's see. Brother Michael just joined as well. Shabbat Shalom, brother.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, so we are going to start our reading here, our Torah portion reading in Genesis 37, and we're going to be reading to 43:23 to be specific. And then we'll read Jubilees chapters 39, 40, and 41. And it's really amazing the correlation that we see between Genesis and Jubilees. It describes the exact same scenarios, all the events happening, and Jubilees goes into a lot more detail and specifics, and it actually gives the exact dates and days that things happened as well. So it's just amazing, the correlation, and it just adds to the validity of the book of Jubilees. So let's begin here. Genesis chapter 37, starting in verse 1. And Yaakov dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings, in the land of Canaan. This is the genealogy of Yaakov. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers. And the young man was with the sons of Bilhah, and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought an evil report of them to his father. And Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age. And he made him a long robe. But when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him, and were not able to speak peaceably to him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and told it to his brothers. So they hated him even more. And he said to them, Please listen to this dream which I have dreamed. And see, we were binding sheaves in the midst of the field. And see, my sheaf rose up and also stood up. And see, your sheaves stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf. And his brothers said to him, You shall indeed reign over us? Shall you indeed rule over us? So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed still another dream, and it related to his brothers, and said, See, I have dreamed another dream. And see, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bowed down to me. And this is actually the correlation that we get with the sun being the male head figure, the moon being like the wife or the female figure, and the stars are like the children. And that's exactly what we see with the calendar as well. They all support each other. And he related it to his father and his brothers. And his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall we, your mother and I, your brothers, indeed come bow down to the earth before you?" And his brothers envied him, but his father guarded the word. And his brothers went to feed their flocks in Shechem. And Israel said to Joseph, "Are not your brothers feeding in Shechem? Come, I send you to them." And he said to him, "Here I am." And he said to him, "Please, go and see if it is well with your brothers, and well with the sheep, and bring back word to me." So he sent them out of the valley of Hebron, and he went to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and see, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, "What do you seek?" And he said, "I am seeking my brothers. Please inform me where they are feeding their sheep." And the man said, "They have left here, for I heard them say, 'Let us go towards Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. And they saw him from a distance, and before he came near them, they plotted against him to kill him. And they said to each other, "See, this is the master. This master of dreams is coming. Now then, come and let us now kill him and throw him into some pit. And they shall say, 'Some wild beast has devoured him.' Let us then see what comes of his dreams." So they were plotting against him because Yahuah gave him a prophetic dream. And what they don't realize is their actions are making that come into fruition. Yahuah knows all. Excuse me, had to get a drink there. But Reuben heard and rescued him from their hands, and said, "Let us not take his life." And Reuben said to them, "Shed no blood. Throw him into this pit, which is in the wilderness, and do not lay a hand on him, in order to rescue him out of their hands, and bring him back to his father." And yeah, we see Reuben was the only one stepping up. Like, hey, don't kill him. Just leave him in the pit. And so it came to be, when Joseph had come to his brothers, that they stripped Joseph of his robe, the long robe which was on him. And they took him and threw him into a pit. And the pit was empty, and there was no water in it. And there's that story that how a certain well was dug and it was dry for a certain purpose, and it was this purpose right here. It's slipping my mind where that was at. I'll have to look that up sometime, but yeah, it's that same well that was dug and there was no water in it for this purpose. And they sat down to eat a meal, and they lifted their eyes and looked and saw a company of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead with their camels, bearing spices and balm and myrrh, going to take them down to Mizraim. And Yahudah said to his brothers, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and conceal his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites. And let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our flesh." And his brothers listened. And men, Midianite traders, passed by. So they pulled Joseph up and lifted him out of the pit, and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they took Joseph to Mizraim. And I believe that same 20 pieces is what Judas betrayed Yahusha with. And Reuben returned to the pit, and see, Joseph was not in the pit, and he tore his garments. And he returned to his brothers and said, "The boy is gone, and where am I to go?" So they took Joseph's robe, killed a male goat, and dipped the robe in the blood, and sent the long robe and brought it to their father and said, "We have found this. Please, look, is it the robe of your son or not?" And he recognized it and said, "This is my son's robe. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is torn to pieces." And Jacob tore his garments, and put sackcloth on his waist, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and his daughters arose to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, "Now let me go down to the grave, to my son in mourning." So his father wept for him. And the Midianites had sold him into Mitzrayim to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard. So we see Joseph being put in the pit, then sold to the Ishmaelites, and this is how he made his way to Egypt, being sold to Potiphar. Oh, was it 30 pieces, Tracy? No, thank you. And yeah, if anybody feels led to add anything that they have seen or anything they would like to point out, feel free. I appreciate every one of your input. Yeah, no, thank you, sister. I knew it was 20 or 30, so it's 30.
That's interesting. I wonder if there's a correlation between the numbers of 20 and 30. I know y'all works in numbers a lot of times.
Yeah, that's very true. He does work in numbers like that. And it's just 10 numbers difference, actually. Interesting. Oh, yeah, Jermaine, it's the price of a woman, too. Awesome. Thank you, Sister Tracy. I appreciate that. Got to get it right. And Messiah was like Joseph. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, exactly. A type and shadow of Joseph, precisely. And let's see who has joined recently. So, Brother Callum, Shabbat Shalom. And Sister Wendy, Shabbat Shalom. And Sister Katrina, Shabbat Shalom. And Sister Heidi, Shabbat Shalom. Let's see. Have we had anybody else further down here? Let's see. Sister Chris, Shabbat Shalom. Good to have you here. Yeah, exactly, Ken. It's a great insult to be sold as a woman, being a man, yeah. The bride being brought back. Correct, Sister Jermaine. Yeah, just like it was they say it was a curse to be hung on a tree, and he became a curse to cover our sins, to take it all in. You have a theory about the elder brother and younger brother motif? Yeah, feel free to jump on in, sister. You don't have to be nervous. It's all good. We're all mishpacha here. No
Okay.
worries.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
All right. So I don't know if you guys already have gone over this, so please forgive me if like you already renounced this, but this is just like me mulling over some ideas that because you see sometimes you see patterns like you're talking about numbers and things like that. And so I started seeing like this elder brother um younger brother motif throughout scripture. And I actually have a paper in front of me because I was just doing this with my girls the other day. And so, um, you have like the passing from the blessing, if you will, the barakah, or I don't know if I'm saying it right, but you have that going over the elder brother, like it passes him and it goes to the younger brother. And you see this with Abel, he's the younger. And then Cain is jealous of that. Cain is jealous and he murders Abel. And he's like, and scripture talks about how he's like his father, Hasatan, right? A murderer from the beginning. And then you have Seth, who replaces that, who is the younger brother that obviously gets a blessing. Noah was a younger brother. Shem, Abraham, actually, when you deduce it, from my understanding from Genesis 11:27 and Acts 7, he was the younger brother. Isaac, Ishmael, Isaac was a younger brother because Ishmael was, sent off, was technically his older brother. Jacob and Esau, Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. You see Joseph, which is, all these are a type of Yahusha. So always pointing to Yahuah, right? So Yahuah who saves. Um, Even like the Manasseh and Ephraim, you got him crossing and he gives it to the younger brother Ephraim. And then obviously the other tribes represent the older brothers. You got Masha, he was a younger brother to Aaron. Joshua, he was from the tribe of Ephraim, I think. Caleb, Dawood, younger brother, Solomon, and then that's when it starts going. Even then, it starts going north south. Even Judah, um, Judah and Yasharal. So, just interesting that you see that older brother, younger brother motif there. And so this is what I'm like nervous to talk about. So, I, I don't know if you know. Do you know who Tim Alberino is, Jeremy?
Yeah.
I'm sure you know all of the names that, like, in all the names of, because you've been in it a lot longer than I have been. But
He's like
yeah,
the modern day Indiana Jones style guy.
yes, with the yeah, the open shirt and always, yeah, it's fun. Anyway, but obviously he's a Christian, and but he has he said something once. He spit out the bones, obviously, but he said something once that stood out to me. He said, the Benai Elohim, the sons of, Elohim, they were the first, or the messengers, or the angels, right? The Malachim. They were, if they're older brothers, they're the elder brother. And I was like, what? And, Stephen Pigeon did a study once on that, and he was talking about how he thinks that same concept, that he's an elder brother, like, I mean, not he, but the B'nai Elohim. And that Adam, they were supposed to be the brothers above, right? Then you got the Adam that was placed on earth to rule and reign the Aretz. And so you get this elder brother, younger brother motif even in that. Now, where it starts really going, well, where you have to be careful. And, this is what I believe is, Hasatan was, scripture says he was created perfect. I'm like, that's what I see. It says that you were the perfect signet. He was like the mark. He was beautiful. Um, and I just he that pride, with that came pride, and pride comes before the fall. And we're told in scripture that we are pride. What was I gonna say? That he sorry, I just had to drop down a text message, so I'm like totally distracted. um
No, no,
anyway. Sorry. Let me try to think what I was gonna say. So like, yeah, that he fell, and then okay, so let me rewind a little bit. I'm sorry to like kind of, I'm not trying to take over here, but yeah, I'm just sharing with you this thing that, I mentioned. So when you try to usurp a throne, like in scripture, we see that they try to sleep with like with their concubine or wives. And so, I'm sure you've heard of like serpent seed and things like that. I don't know what you guys believe on that. I'm sure different people have rejected it. Most people rejected it and things like that. But I just find it interesting that like when Absalom was trying to, usurp his father's throne, he was trying to sleep, uncover his father's nakedness, if you will. And it's just interesting that when scripture talks about, I think it's in Leviticus like 18 or 20, it talks about uncovering nakedness. What that means, it just means like you're sleeping with somebody that you're not supposed to. You're uncovering their nakedness. Same thing with Noah, right? Like when I was an ex-gen, I used to think like, what is the big deal? Like, why did Noah get so upset seeing his, when his sons saw him naked, but when it says like, it's my understanding, which I could be wrong about all of this, okay, so just take this and mull it over or throw it out, whatever. But that means that Ham uncovered his father's nakedness by sleeping with his own mother, by sleeping with Noah's wife. And so that is why it's such big curses upon Ham, which
yeah,
is the older brother. And so this is a way of like usurping the throne, like saying like it's conquering. It's also known that this, I don't know if you believe this either, but like if this is a known thing or this is just like, oh, that's cool. It's not Ashley. None of this is Ashley's original concept. So I cannot take, don't blame me and don't, don't attribute it to me. But Solomon, he would like, he was wise. So he would, the way he gained all his wealth was all these women, like, all these women that he would acquire, and like there were princesses and things like that. So just interesting in that was a way to acquire things. So how would this elder brother who you know like if we're able to see and understand, like I think everybody in this group believes that the Nephilim were sons of Elohim, the B'nai Elohim, that came into the daughters of men. It's not like the sons of Seth or righteous
yeah,
sons of Seth or anything. And that if we're able to see that, right, and we're able to see that it was that they left their abode. Jude talks about it. They went after strange flesh. Like there's that mixture again. Where he says, "You stay here. This is your law. This is what I'm a vessel that I made you for, and this is a vessel I made you for. And now you're doing what you want to do. You're combining the two." So if we're able to like kind of understand that and accept that that these B'nai Elohim, you know, many of them are, they went into the daughters of men, then how can we not think that about Hasatan himself, this B'nai Elohim, this signet of perfection, this, you know, he even called him, he was even called Morning Star. Um, and so that's why I think it's like totally JC wrapped in light, you know. I have way more things to like back all that up, but there's not enough time to do all that. But how do we know that like perhaps this, when he could have, I mean, obviously we know it's not just spiritual, because there's Yah's very physical in his thing. It's like, you know, this is the you know, we're the image bearers, and all things visible and invisible, the spiritual world and the tangible world, right? Like he's very much about both, you know. And but you know, how do we know that Hasatan didn't try to usurp the throne of the younger brother Adam, by trying to, you know, I'm just going to say it, sleep with with Eve, right? I know that there's words there that people say, that they say like, oh, it's food, you know, it couldn't be that because it's food. But then how do you explain like their nakedness was uncovered, her nakedness was uncovered. And then also when we see things like trees and seed and fruit, this is all like indicative of like reproduction. This is why I think fruit is called produce, you know, it produces something. And this is why we see like the tree motif. And you know, could it have been that this is his way of usurping and trying to take over, you know, this is my turf? And
Yeah.
you get what I'm
So
saying? I don't know if like this has already been
yeah, no.
discussed,
So
and I'm
really,
sorry
really
if
quick.
it's
No, it's all good. No worries. So there's a few questions in there. So number one, it was the fruit of the tree. You know, they broke a Torah commandment, and it's because Adam himself was not being a good steward, a good husband over Eve, and keeping watch and protecting her. So the serpent beguiled her, meaning lied to her into partaking of that fruit. And that whole serpent seed doctrine ideology is destroyed in Genesis, where it says Adam knew Eve and Cain was born. Like, that's all you need, and it's done. So we see Cain was not a product of, you know, Hasatan, you know, being with Eve and things like that. They didn't have a menage a trois in the garden. The most
Actually,
holy.
if you go back to that part right there, it does say that, here, if let me read that again, because it does give proof it does lean towards that from the way that I read it, that and Adam knew Hawa his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gained a man from Yahuah. And again she gave birth to his brother Abel, and Abel became a keeper of sheep, but Cain became a tiller of the ground. I mean, there is such thing called superfecundation, because it does not say that, you know, she laid with him again, and they weren't twins.
No, they weren't twins. So,
right. And
and
then I
Jubilees,
also, sorry, go ahead.
oh, so Jubilees also explains how it wasn't until 7 years after they were removed from the garden that Adam knew Eve and Cain was born. Jubilees goes into a lot more detail about that.
Can I,
That
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I just add one sort of train of thought here? At the moment, Satan can wander the earth and go to the throne of God. We know this, don't we? He goes and petitions things in front of Yahuah, Now, he wouldn't be able to do that if he had sinned, if he had taken a female for a wife. He wouldn't be able to enter the throne of God. Satan is a complete deceiver, and I believe that he deceived even these 20 watchers. He talks and chats people and twists things so that they do what he wants them to do. So I'm sure he persuaded the watchers to do what they did. He persuaded Eve to do what she did. He's a complete deceiving entity. That's my take on it. He hasn't committed any sin, he encourages others to commit sin.
Well,
And
I
had he
I agree with you.
had he committed sin, he wouldn't be able to go up and down up to the throne of Yah for and petition him to do all these things that we read about in the Bible. About harming Job and everything like that. That's my take on it.
So it's interesting because I agree with you 100%, but the part where I disagree is I think he was already thrown down. So, like, he was thrown down, he was locked up because I believe in millennial reign. Obviously, I could be wrong about that too, right? Like, when nobody believes, like as Jeremy said, like nobody can believe 100%. Like, but it's the evidence is pointing to the millennial reign already happening. So I believe he was already put into the abyss, locked up for 1,000 years. How can you, he says, how can you basically plunder a man's house? You have to first bind the strong man. And so to me, like, that is the restrainer. I was doing a study on what's his name, oh my, how Jacob, he was called the heel catcher, and which is another word for that is restrainer. And it's interesting because it's like, Adam, he was an accuser. Like, after the fall, like, he just, that was what happened, is he accused. He could have been a messiah to Eve and said, put it on me, it's all on me, like, I'll take the blame. But instead he, became an accuser. Noah was a drunkard. Like, we all have sinned, right? So but with Jacob, Jacob was a deceiver, much like in our nature to do these things at first. So
Yeah.
where I'm going with that is, Jacob became Yasharal, and how that happened, I believe, is Yah was wrestling with him, or he was wrestling with, Yah in the flesh, who is Yahusha, and he was wrestling with him, meaning, like, this is what we do, right? We're like, and he wanted two things. He wanted to know him and know his name. And we're wrestling with him, and we are trying to find him, and we are seeking him in the dark, in the depth. I know I've done that, right? You're crying out to him, and you're wrestling, you're mulling over these things. And then what does what does he do to Jacob? He humbles him, right? He humbles him, and by putting that messing with his hip, it reminds me of Shaul, Paul, where he has that thorn on the side to keep him humble, and he says it's a messenger of Hasatan. And
Yeah. Hey, so
oh,
really
so
quick,
anyway, go
sisters.
ahead.
Sorry, apologies. We really got to move on to the reading. I don't mind talking about this afterwards, but so let me try to answer your questions as quickly as possible. So, the firstborn, it's not the firstborn in the flesh, it's the firstborn in the Ruach. That's what it's all about. So we can be firstborn in the flesh, yeah, of course, but this is why we see these second ones being chosen and all the examples that you had given. So, like Joseph and things like that. So we see it's not about the flesh, it's about the Ruach. That's absolutely what it's about there. And so that's all the meaning behind that. That's what I've gleaned from my studies, studying deep into that. And, excuse me. And two, so about the serpent seed thing. So we read in both Enoch, Jubilees, and even the quote-unquote 66 books themselves that speak about how the Garden of Eden is the Holy of Holies. So there would definitely be no procreation going on anywhere near there. This is why it wasn't until 7 years after they were kicked out of the garden that Adam knew Eve and bore Cain. Then 7 years later, Abel was born. So when we read Jubilees, which is absolutely scriptures, as we can see from here, we see that there's more detail about that story, which would make the quote-unquote serpent seed theory, impossible. Not only that, we read when Mashiach is speaking to the Pharisees, and they're like, oh, we're the sons of Abraham, and da-da-da-da. He's like, yeah, I know you are the sons of Abraham, but you serve your father, the devil. Why? Because it's just like Yahuah. If we serve Yahuah, he is our father. It doesn't mean he, had intercourse with our mothers and now he's our father. No, he is our father in the Ruach. Just like if you choose to not obey him, who is your father then? It is Hasatan in the Ruach. That's what that's all about. But no, thank you for all that, sister. I've searched out this whole thing for years and years, and that's what I've come to conclusion in my own personal studies about that subject. And sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. But I just wanted to make sure we have enough time to get through the reading here. And then I don't mind talking about that after the reading. So save that question there, sister. And Andrea, Shabbat Shalom. Good to see you here. But I pray that answers your question. All right. Was there anybody who would like to volunteer to read?
I'll read, Jeremy. Whoever wants to go first.
You can
Let's
read.
see. We'll go with Rebecca first, and then Katrina, you can read after that if that's okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Or Argan. Whoever's there. And Shabbat Shalom, by the way, Argan.
Okay. Chapter 38. And at that time it came to be that Yehudah left his brothers and turned aside to Amiam, an Adulamite, whose name was Hira. And Yehudah saw that there was a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in to her. So she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Er. And she conceived again and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And she conceived yet again and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezib when she bore him. And Yehudah took a wife for Er, his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Er, Yehudah's firstborn, was evil in the eyes of Yahuah, and Yahuah took his life. And Yehudah said to Onan, go into your brother's wife and marry her, and raise up an heir to your brother. And Onan knew that the offspring would not be his. And it came to be, when he went into his brother's wife, that he spilled on the ground, lest he should give an offspring to his brother. But what he did displeased Yahuah, so he took his life too. Then Yehudah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah is grown. For he said, lest he also die as his brothers did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And after a long time, the daughter of Shua, Yehudah's wife, died. And Yehudah was comforted, and went up to his sheep shearers at Timnah, he and his friend Hira the Adulamite. And it was reported to Tamar, saying, see, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she took off her widow's garments, and covered herself with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat at the entrance to Enaim. I don't know if I'm saying that right, which was on the way to Timnah, for she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him as wife. And Yehudah saw her, and reckoned her for a whore, for she had covered her face. And he turned aside to her by the way, and he said, "Please let me come in to you," for he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, "What do you give me to come in to me?" And he said, "Let me send you a young goat from the flock." And she said, "Do you give me a pledge until you send it?" So he said, "What pledge should I give you?" And she said, "Your seal and your cord and your staff that is in your hand." And he gave them to her and went in to her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away and removed her veil and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehudah sent the young goat by the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he did not find her. And he asked the men of that place, saying, "Where is the cult prostitute who was beside the way to Enaim?" And they said, there was no cult prostitute in this place. And he returned to Yehudah and said, "I have not found her." And the men of the place also said, there was no cult prostitute in this place. And Yehudah said, "Let her take them for herself, lest we become despised. For I sent this young goat, and you have not found her." And it came to be about 3 new moons after, or 3 new Kadesh after, that Yehudah was informed, saying, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has whored, and see, she has conceived by whoring." And Yehudah said, "Bring her out and let her be burned." And when she was brought out, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, "By the man to whom these belong, I am pregnant." And she said, "Please examine whose these are, the seal and the cord and the staff." And Yehudah examined and said, "She has been more righteous than I, because I did not give her to Shelah my son." And he never knew her again. And it came to be at the time for giving birth that, see, twins were in her womb. And it came to be when she was giving birth that the one put out his hand. And the midwife took a scarlet thread and bound it on his hand, saying, "This one came out first." And it came to be, as he drew back his hand, that, see, his brother came out. And she said, "How did you break through? This breach be upon you." So his name was called Peretz. And afterward his brother came out, who had the scarlet thread on his hand. So his name was called Zerah.
All right. Thank you, sister, for reading. And
No
so we
problem.
see, yeah. And so we see, there is this little bit of deception going on here with, the daughter-in-law. Where was it at here? I should have marked it. My apologies. But yeah, we see Yehudah and Tamar here, which was his daughter-in-law. He came into her through deceit, and she did that for a reason. And it's all for Yahuwah's plan to work out, really, because just like Abraham, he said, "No, this isn't my wife, it's my sister." Just like Isaac said the same thing. Sometimes these things, they happen. But I think it also shows that, none of us are perfect, not even the forefathers here. So it's not we are made perfect because we are perfect. It's because we are made perfect because he covers our sins if we choose to follow him and obey his commands, follow his Torah. All right. And yeah, if anything sticks out to anybody else, please feel free to, either type it in chat or jump in the live here. You can open your mics. No worries. Yeah, Ashley, we can get into that more, what you were speaking about earlier after this.
I'm not upset at all. I just, my son had, I just sent a message to, just sent it right now. My son had come up to me crying. So I was like trying to listen, and I was like, oh, cool. Okay. Jubilees. Okay. Like I was like agreeing with you because, you are way more well read than I am. But yeah, I'm not upset at all. Like I have got no horse in this race. I definitely agree that it's spiritual, and yeah. So I just was not the time because my son was like in it, like right here crying, and yeah. So that's why I didn't like hop on to say anything.
Yeah, no worries. It's all good. All right, so Katrina, are you going to be reading next?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, awesome. Whenever you are ready. Chapter 39, Arkan, yes.
Okay. And Joseph had been taken down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, a Mitzrayite, brought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him down there. And it came to be that Yahuah was with Joseph, and he became a prosperous man, and was in the house of his master the Mitzrayite. And his master saw that Yahuah was with him, and that Yahuah made all he did to prosper in his hand. So Joseph found favour in his eyes, and served him, and appointed him over his house, and gave him into his hand that all he had. And it came to be that the time appointed over him over his house. Wait, sorry, I might have read that wrong. And it came to be from the time that he appointed him over his house and all he had, and that Yahuah barak the Mitzrayite's house for Joseph's sake, and Berakah of Yahuah.
Hey.
And the Berakah of Yahuah was on all that he had, and in the house and in the field. And he left in Joseph's hand all that he had. He did not know what he had except for the bread he ate. Joseph was handsome in form and handsome appearance. And after these events, it came to be that his master's wife lifted her eyes up to Joseph and said, "Lie with me." But he refused and said to his master's wife, "Look, my master does not know what is with me in the house, and he has given into my hand all that he has. No one is greater in this house than I. He has not withheld whatever from me but you, because you are his wife. And how shall I do this great evil and sin against Elohim?" And it came to be on a certain day when Yusuf went into his house to do his work, and none of the men of the house were inside. that she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." But he left his garment in her hand and fled outside. And it came to be, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and fled outside, that she called to the men of the house and spoke, saying, "See, he is brought in to us an Ibri." Did I say that right? To mock us. He came in to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. And it came to be, when he heard that I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me and fled outside. And she kept his garment with her until her master came home. And she spoke to him with these same words, saying, "The Ibri servant whom you brought to us came in to me to mock me." So it came to be, as I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me and fled outside. And it came to be, when his master heard the words which his wife spoke to him, saying, "Your servant did to me according to these words," that his displeasure burned. Then Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, where the sovereign's prisoners were confined. The sovereign's prisoners were confined, and there he was in the prison. But Yahuah was with Joseph and extended kindness to him, and he gave him favour in the eyes of the prison warden. And the prison warden gave into the hand of Joseph all of the prisoners who were in the prison, and whatever was done there was his doing. The prison warden did not look into any point that was under Joseph's hand, because Yahuah was with him, and whatever he did, Yahuah made it prosper.
Oh, thank you, Arkin. Love it. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so we see Joseph, he was, put in the spot of temptation and he overcame it. Potiphar's wife, she kept, trying to entice him into sin, and he overcame all of that. And she went as far as to even lie about him to have him thrown into prison. All because, he was able to resist her. And yes, thank you, Arkin. Everyone loves it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And yeah, we just see, if Joseph can do it, any of us can do it. We all struggle with some kind of temptation. Even Mashiach was given some temptation when, Hasatan was trying to tempt him. Like, oh, you can be ruler of all if you just bow to me. And he was like, nope. So overcoming temptation, it's always going to be there. Because temptation is always going to be there. But it's just a really good example about overcoming it. And then even when he was in prison, he was setting that example for everybody in there, being a man of Yahuah. And like we read here in this last verse, 23, whatever he did, Yahuah made it prosper. And he was in prison. Yes, wonderful job. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Sister Heidi. Yes, the Book of Joseph, or Testament of Joseph, it explains all that as well. Yeah, Arkin is 9. being raised up in the way he should go. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. A child being raised in the way. Baruch are you, dear Ak.
This is my dog called Olive.
Oh, nice.
She's
Well,
a
it's good to see
Dachshund.
you.
Thank you. And she's my dog is a Dachshund Cross Terrier.
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yes, we are definitely Baruch to have you here, little brother Arkin. Yeah, I want to read what Natalie shared, but it's hard to see on my phone. Yeah, if someone else would like to volunteer chapter 40 here, we got up until 43:23, I believe. Yeah, 43:23. Yeah, John and Sophia, John or Sophia, if you would like to read next, feel free.
Sorry, I'm trying to get it together over here. Okay.
Yeah, no, no worries.
All right. He's chapter 39, correct? Or
Oops,
40?
sorry.
Are we on
Chapter
40?
40, yeah.
40, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
40.
Okay. And after these events, it came to be that the cupbearer and the baker of the sovereign of Mitzrayim sinned against their master, the sovereign of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth with his two officers, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. So he put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison, the place where Joseph was a prisoner. And the captain of the guard put Joseph in charge of them, and he served them. So they were in confinement for some time. Then the cupbearer and the baker of the sovereign of Mitzrayim, who were confined in the prison, dreamed a dream, both of them, each man's dream in one night, and each man's dream with its own interpretation. And Joseph came in to them in the morning and looked at them and saw that they were sad. And he asked the Pharaoh's officers who were with him in the confinement of his master's house, saying, "Why do you look so sad today?" And they said to him, "We each have dreamed a dream, and there is no one to interpret it." And Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Relate them to me, please." So the chief cupbearer related his dream to Joseph and said to him, "See, in my dream a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded. Its blossoms shot forth, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes." And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. So I took the grapes and pressed them into the Pharaoh's cup and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said to him, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days, Pharaoh is going to lift up your head and restore you to your place. And you shall put Pharaoh's cup in his hand according to the former ruling when you were his cupbearer. But remember me when it is well with you, and please show loving commitment to me, and mention me to Pharaoh, and get me out of this house. For truly I was stolen away from the land of the Hebrews, and also I have done not that they should put me into the dungeon." And the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, and he said to Joseph, "I also was in my dream and saw 3 white baskets were on my head, and in the uppermost baskets all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, and the birds ate them out of the basket on my head." And Joseph answered and said, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days, Pharaoh is going to lift off your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from you. And on the 3rd day, Pharaoh's birthday, it came to be that he made a feast for all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief cupbearer to his post of cupbearer again, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand.
But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them, and the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. And it
Thank you
came
for
to be,
reading.
oh, yep, sure.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
No, we can read the next one in just a moment if you like.
Okay.
I wanted to point out real quick. So we see Joseph was given those dreams, and they each had these 3 days, which when you were reading that, it was that 3 days and 3 nights of Mashiach that was going through my head, just like Jonah. I just thought it was pretty interesting there. And then another interesting point here is we see it was Pharaoh's birthday, and this is where this ceremony was going on as well. So not very mentions of birthdays in scripture, but when it is mentioned, there's nothing scriptural, Yahuah like about any of it. And sorry, just checking the chat here. Yeah, absolutely, Jermaine. Yeah, we can talk about that more after the reading and such. All right, and yeah, if anything stands out to anybody, please feel free to mention it. No worries, Sister Jermaine. I mean, talk about it here on the live versus in chat is what I meant. No, it's all good. Yeah, it's good to jot it down so you remember, so you don't forget it, because it happens to me. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Wendy. Have a good evening there down in South Africa. We really do have a large range across the plane of the earth here for Mishpacha. I love it.
It's so amazing to see someone going to sleep and someone waking up and us in the middle of a day and all on the same solar day. Barak Yahuah.
Yes, absolutely. That's the best part, honestly. And I love that that New Zealand information just confirmed what Marissa had already found. We've been over it, and it's really amazing just seeing it come to fruition, Michael. Yeah, just all of us all across the earth here. It's really amazing. That's why I try to find a good time that at least all of us can join. Oh yeah, and Sister Jermaine also did the little stick and rock method as well. That was pretty cool. See, it's pretty easy, huh, sister? Although while doing it, I realized if you can get like smaller twigs, maybe and get a more precise like reading instead of like rocks, or maybe even smaller rocks, it can probably be a more precise reading, because it's hard to find the exact same shaped rocks, Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the 21st in New Zealand, which was our 20th here in the US, which just confirms exactly what Marissa had found. You know, the Gregorian, they like to say, you know, Australia is first. They're a day ahead of everybody. They're actually last. But anyways, let's continue here, and then I will definitely be down to talk more about that afterwards. So we got 41, 42, and 43 will be the last chapters here in Genesis. And then we got 3 chapters in Jubilees as well. And yeah, Brother Lachlan, if you wanted to read that after our reading here, I wouldn't mind. Awesome, Miranda. Yeah, if you want to read. And Sophia, if you wanted to continue, or John. And if not, no worries.
I can go one more, no problem.
Awesome. That'd be great.
And it came to be at the end of 2 years' time that Pharaoh had a dream and saw him standing by the river, and saw 7 cows coming up out of the river, beautiful looking and fat. Sorry, Aiden saw me get on the phone. He made a dash for the kitchen. Beautiful looking and fat, and they fed amongst the reeds. Then saw 7 other cows coming up after them out of the river, ugly and lean of flesh, and stood by the other cows on the bank of the river. And the ugly and lean of flesh cows ate up the 7 beautiful looking and fat cows. Then Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamed a second time, and saw 7 heads of grain coming up on one stalk, plump and good, and saw 7 lean heads scorched by the east wind coming up after them. And the 7 lean heads swallowed up the 7 plump and complete heads. Then Pharaoh awoke and saw it was a dream. And it came to be in the morning that his spirit was moved. And he sent and called for all the magicians of the Mitzrayim and all its wise men. And Pharaoh related to them his dreams, but there was no one who could interpret them for Pharaoh. Then the chief cupbearer spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I remember my crimes this day, when Pharaoh was wroth with his servants and put me in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, both me and the chief baker. Each one of us dreamed a dream in one night, he and I. Each of us dreamed according to the interpretation of his own dream. And there was with us a Hebrew youth, a servant of the captain of the guard. And we related to him, and he interpreted our dreams for us. To each man he interpreted according to his own dream. And it came to be as he interpreted for us, so it came to be. He restored me to my office, and he hanged him. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they hurriedly brought him out of the dungeon. And he shaved and changed his garments and came to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is no one to interpret it. Now I myself have heard it said of you that you understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. Let Elohim answer Pharaoh with peace. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, See, in my dream I stood on the bank of the river and saw 7 cows coming up out of the river, beautiful looking and fat, and they fed amongst the reeds. Then saw 7 other cows coming up after them, poor and very ugly and lean of flesh, such ugliness as I have never seen in all the land of Mitzrayim. And the lean of flesh and ugly cows ate up the first 7, and the fat cows. Yet when they had eaten them up, no one would have known that they had eaten them, for they were as ugly as the beginning. Then I awoke. Also I looked in my dream and saw 7 heads coming up on one stalk, complete and good. Then saw 7 heads, withered, lean, scorched by the east wind, coming up after them. And the lean heads swallowed the 7 good heads. And I spoke to the magicians, but there was no one who could explain it to me. And Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. Elohim has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads are 7 years. It is one dream. And the 7 lean and ugly cows which came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty heads scorched by the east wind are 7 years of scarcity of food. This is the word which I spoke to Pharaoh. Elohim has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. See, 7 years of great plenty are coming in all the lands of Mitzrayim, but after them 7 years of scarcity of food shall arise, and all the plenty be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim. And the scarcity of food shall destroy the land, and the plenty shall not be remembered in the land, because of the scarcity of food following, for it is very severe. And the dream was repeated to Pharaoh twice, because the word is established by Elohim, and Elohim is hastening to do it. And now, let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint overseers over the land, to take up 1/5 of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 years of plenty. And let them gather all the food of those good years that are coming, and store up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And the food shall be for a store for the land for the 7 years of scarcity of food, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim. And do not let the land be cut off by the scarcity of food. And the word was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servants, could we find another like him, a man in whom is the spirit of Elohim? And then the Pharaoh said to Joseph, since Elohim has shown you all this, there is no one as discerning and as wise as you. Be over my house, you yourself, and your mouth, all my people shall kiss. Only in the throne I am greater than you. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, see, I have set you over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh took his seal ring off his hand and put it on Joseph's hand. And he dressed him in garments of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. And he had him ride in the second chariot which he had. And they cried out before him, bow the knee. And he set him over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without a word from you, let no man lift his hand or foot in all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath Paneah, and he gave him as a wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Mitzrayim. Now Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before the Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went through all the land of Mitzrayim. And in the 7 years of plenty, the ground brought forth generously. And he gathered all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities. He laid up in every city the food of the fields which surrounded them. Thus Joseph gathered very much grain, as the sand of the sea, until he ceased counting, for it was without number. And to Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of scarcity of food came, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bore to him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Menashe, for Elohim has made me forget all my toil in all my father's house. Then the name of the second he called Ephraim, for Elohim has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenty which were in the land of Mitzrayim came to an end, and the 7 years of scarcity of food began to come, as Joseph had said. And the scarcity of food was in all lands, but in all the land of Mitzrayim there was bread. But when all the land of Mitzrayim hungered, and the people cried to Pharaoh for bread, Pharaoh said to all the Mitzrayites, go to Joseph, do whatever he says to you. And the scarcity of food was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Mitzrayites. And the scarcity of food was severe in the land of Mitzrayim. And all the earth came to Joseph in Mitzrayim to buy grain, because the scarcity of food was severe in all the earth.
Awesome. Thank you, sister. So there was something, I recalled it in my head. It was in verse 16. What was it? Oh, yes. It was giving all that credit to Yahuah, not himself. Because we see Pharaoh said, I heard that you understand dreams. Where Joseph said to Pharaoh, no, it is, let's let Yahuah Elohim answer. And just giving that all esteem to Yahuah. That really stood out to me. And then, of course, we see the dream is interpreted here, and it's about the coming famine that is about to hit Mitzrayim.
Very fitting for the times we're in.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to mention something similar to that. Yes, very similar to the times we're in. And then, we see the scarcity of food was coming, that famine that was coming into the land. And right here, this last verse 57, and all the earth came to Joseph in Mitzrayim to buy grain, because it was severe in all the earth. And we know nothing new is under the sun. what happened before will happen again. Married the priest daughter of On, the Egyptian temple of Yah. Yeah, interesting. I mean, it was definitely before Onias, but On. I wonder if that's where that stemmed from. Interesting. And I know so it's in the Sefer, like if you have these Sefer extra books, but there's a book, it's called The Story of Joseph and Asenath. And I've read a little bit of it, and I haven't really seen any red flags or anything in it, but it's very interesting. And another thing, so I forget who it was that found it, but archaeology, whatever they call it, they found these storehouses in Egypt there that were used for this grain. That still had some grain down in it as well, like remnants of it. Yeah, they do.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Ron Wyatt's wife did a book on that. I don't know if it was Ron Wyatt himself that found that area, but his wife wrote a book about it.
Interesting. I think I did remember hearing about that. Oh yeah, there it is. Natalie's got it too. Yeah, that area writing a book. I think that's where I saw that actually.
I find it interesting if you look at the benefit of Joseph, where he basically went into slavery and saved his family, but the wealth that grew out of Egypt because of what he did for 7 years of storing the grain, and basically they owned everything. They owned every piece of property. They owned everybody's money. I mean, they got everything because they controlled the food. And so what I correlate that to is what we've seen today in our own society, right? Is the takeover of the food. And the person that controls the food controls everything.
Yeah, exactly. Just like that saying, control the food, control the population, because that's really what everybody needs. You can't survive without food, so if you control it, yeah.
Who controls most of food?
Yeah, precisely.
We can name names, but look at who controls the food. There's a reason for that.
Yep. Exactly. I agree, brother, 100%. Yep. Natalie says bread and circus, 100%. Micah says, also for many, their belly is their, lowercase God. That's very true. Oh, awesome. We got Charity. Shabbat Shalom. Jennifer's younger daughter. Awesome. That is at Barakoth. I love it.
Hello, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Welcome.
It's Charity. Hello, all.
I thought it was Miranda. No, it sounds similar.
Charity's visiting for the Shabbat, so she's been listening in on the call.
Awesome. No, it's good to have you. Good that you can listen in.
Yes.
Shabbat Shalom. And speaking of Miranda, would you like to read next, Sister Miranda?
I can do that.
Awesome. Whenever you are ready.
Splash around.
Oh, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
Shabbat
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. Sorry, let me sit down real quick. And when Jacob saw that there was a grain in Mitzrayim, Jacob said to his sons, "Why do you look at each other?" And he said, "See, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Go down to that place and buy for us there, and let us live and not die." And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin with his brothers, for he said, lest some harm come to him. And the sons of Israel went to buy grain among those who journeyed, for the scarcity of food was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he was the one who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them, but he acted as a stranger to them and spoke to them harshly and said to them, "Where do you come from? Where do you come from?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food." So Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land." And he said to him, "No, my master, but your servants have come to buy food. We are all one man's sons. We are trustworthy. Your servants are not spies." But he said to them, "No, but you have come to see the nakedness of the land." And they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of the one man in the land of Canaan. And see, the youngest is with our father today, and one is no more." And Joseph said to them, It is as I spoke to you, saying, "You are spies." By this you shall be proven. By the life of Pharaoh, you do not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you, and let him bring your brother while you are kept in prison. So let your words be proven to see whether they are true, and is any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh you are spies. And he put them all together in prison for 3 days. Now Joseph said to them the third day, "Do this and live, for I revere Elohim. If you are trustworthy, let one of your brothers be confined to your prison house, and you go, bring grain for the scarcity of food in your houses. And bring your youngest brother to me, and let your words be confirmed, and you do not die." And so they did. And they said to each other, "Truly we are guilty concerning our brother, for we saw the distress of his life when he pleaded with us, yet we did not listen. That is why this distress has come upon us." And Reuben answered them, saying, "Did I not speak to you, saying, 'Do not sin against the boy,' and you would not listen? And see, his blood is now required of us." And they did not know that Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them through an interpreter. And they did not know that Joseph understood them. Oops, sorry, I read that. And he turned himself away and from them and wept, and came back to them and spoke to them. And he took Simeon from them and bound him before their eyes. And Joseph commanded, and they filled their sacks with grain, and also to put back every man's silver into his sack, and to give them food for the journey. And thus it was done for them. So they loaded their donkeys with grain and went from there. And as one of them opened the sack to give his donkey fodder at the lodging place, he saw his silver, for there it was in the mouth of his sack. And he said to his brothers, "My silver has been returned, and there it is in my sack." And their hearts sank, and they were afraid, saying to each other, "What is this that Elohim has done to us?" So they came to Jacob their father in the land of Canaan, and reported to him all that befell them, saying, "The man, the master of the land, spoke harshly to us, and took us for spies of the land. But we said to him, 'We are trustworthy, and not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is no more, and the youngest is today with our father in the land of Canaan. And the master of the land, said to us, By this I know you are trustworthy. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for the scarcity of food of your households, and go. And bring your youngest brother to me, then I know that you are not spies, but you are trustworthy. I give your brother to you, and you move about in the land. And it came to pass, and it came to be, as they emptied their sacks, that look, the bundle of each man's silver was in his sack. And when they and their father saw the bundles of silver, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said to them, You have bereaved me. Joseph is no more, and Shimeon is no more, and you would take Benjamin? All this is against me. So Reuben spoke to his father, saying, Take the lives of my 2 sons, if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hands, and I myself bring him back to you. But he said, My son is not going down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If any harm should come to him along the way in which you go, then you would bring down my gray hair with sorrow to the grave.
Thank you for reading, sister.
Oh, you're welcome.
Love it. So yeah, we see. So Joseph was testing his brothers basically to see if they were still the same, deceptive, wanting to get rid of them, things like that. But what he was seeing with them through this test is that they were repentant of what they had done to him. And this is that whole, kind of like when Jacob left Laban, and that same kind of situation happened. Something got snuck into the sacks, and then they come out going and looking for it. But this is in a different way, kind of the same situation or scenario as well. Yes, no, chocolate is one of my weak points too, but the struggle is real. But no, so we see these same scenarios playing out, and it just supports that, nothing new under the sun. If it's happened before, it's going to happen again. That's how Scripture is our example. It becomes our example of what we should do, what we should expect as well. It looks like chocolate is everybody's favorite there, huh? Let's see. So chapter 43, I'll read this one because we're only going to verse 23. And actually, let me mark it so I do not forget. And then we will do our Jubilees reading after this. And you'll see Jubilees goes into more details here and there about certain events and situations going on. Really fascinating. I mean, we've seen that throughout this whole Torah portion readings. And something interesting I wanted to mention real quick too is, I searched for others who did Torah portions with Jubilees included, and there was nobody. I couldn't find anything. So what I've been doing is I'll read the Torah portions, and then I'll play a video of that same Torah portion in Genesis as I'm reading through Jubilees. And because it lines up very similarly, that's how I figure out which chapters in Jubilees correlate with the ones in Genesis. Do you think they were repentant because of the effects of the family afterward? Yeah, that could be the case, honestly. Realizing that what we do also affects others, especially our families. I'm definitely afraid. Not sure of repentance, says Michael. Yeah, no, interesting. And sorry, reading the chat here. Yeah, food addictions can be an idol just like that. And Barak Yahuah, Yahuah helped you through that, Sister Cheyenne. That's awesome. Let's see. Sorry, still scrolling through the chat. There's a lot. That was a good proverb there, Brother Michael. Proverbs 23, 1 through 8. It's a good one. Yeah, anything can be an idol. Exactly. Well, Barak Yahuah, you were able to overcome, Sister Cheyenne. Yeah, correct, Jennifer. The majority have a food addiction and not even realizing it as well. Yeah, exactly, Callum. Cars, money, food, whatever. It can become an idol. Oh, wow. Yeah, Sophia, that will happen as well. These super sugary foods that they just, they're like Natalie said earlier, they're meant to be like a rare treat, things like that. But, people are eating them daily now. And, we don't even realize what has a lot of sugar in it sometimes or how much sugar they put in it. That was 12 years ago. Well, Barak Yahuah for overcoming. Shabbat Shalom, Marissa. Yes. We love you, sister. 100%. Oops. Why is this scrolling? Sorry. Trying to scroll over here while it's in chat. Yeah, we are in a famine. Exactly. Yeah. Most of the food industry is definitely not good for us. Yeah, spicy food. Actually, like cayenne pepper and things like that is really good for you. Yeah, a famine for good whole foods. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, definitely we are seeing the signs of the times. Yeah, all praise to the Most High Yahuwah, Michael. Yeah. Michael says, I think back on my life, and it was the goodness of Yahuwah that brought me to repentance. The consequences did bring change in the moment, but mostly only because I was caught. So it did not result in true repentance. Yeah, it's always a matter of the heart. You have to be willing to do it. Cheyenne Cayenne. Yeah, cayenne pepper is very good for the heart and many other things too. Yeah, it can cause heartburn for some, correct? Just take it, you know, don't eat a handful of cayenne pepper. Yeah, we were all rebels as teenagers. Yeah, it can stop a heart attack. Yeah. You were an angel teenager, Natalie? Okay, I'll believe you. Uh-huh. Awesome. Cayenne pepper in the ice cream. I mean, to each their own, I guess.
Was that my mom?
No, that was I think it was about your mom, yes.
Yeah, it's just so
But
funny.
cayenne pepper lemonade. Interesting. I've not tried that one. Yeah, cayenne and hot chocolate, and actually in coffee too. I have tried it in coffee. It's not too shabby. Oh, there you go. So do you. Yeah, Natalie, thou shalt not lie. Put it in a capsule, wash it down with water. Hey, however you got to do it. Yeah, there you go, Lachlan. Yeah, salt, cayenne, lime, or lemon. A lot in the AM to start the day with water. Yeah, I do the same. So right off the bat, I'll make a cup of water. I'll have some lemon or lime, whichever I have available. Usually lemon. And I put some sea salt in there as well. Lemonade coffee. I don't know about I don't know about that. That does not even sound good. Yeah, hot cocoa and coffee is actually really good.
My husband would always take cayenne pepper with him everywhere he went because, oops, that was a goat. He would take it with him to, if ever you had a chest pain, he would take that and it would open up the blood to go everywhere. Whereas normally, the cayenne helps the blood go everywhere. So that's interesting. Sorry, I haven't been listening completely because I've been busy. Sorry. And I
No,
haven't
I
been
can
able to
tell,
read.
sister.
Hang on. Gotta go.
Yeah, I keep a little travel size apothecary in my purse that has little vials of cayenne pepper, sea salt, peppermint oil, eucalyptus oil, and I don't remember what the other one is, but it is something that we should keep on hand just in case somebody has a heart attack. You put some under their tongue. It's supposed to be really good for that.
Yeah, it has many, many benefits. Yeah, emergency med kit, apothecary kit. Yeah, warm lemon water with sea salt first thing in the morning. Then wait 30 minutes to eat. Yep, that's actually exactly how I do it. I'm not a big, huge breakfast person. I'll usually have like a early lunch. Yeah, if you want to read the next chapter, we're going to go to verse, what is it, 23, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's 23. I need to double check. Yeah, 23. cayenne pepper, all of that, just like Sirach speaks about, Yahuah made medicines of the earth, and those who abhor them are unwise. So we see wisdom is having knowledge on what can heal you that Yahuah has provided for us. Oh, wow, that's awesome, Miranda. That's a good idea, to be honest.
Yeah,
That
I used to deal with well, they diagnosed me with POTS um when after I had my daughter, and basically it's like a sodium deficiency. I mean, it would cause me to almost pass out if I stood up too quickly. And so like for some reason my body wasn't like grabbing the natural sodium like it should. And so at that time I didn't know what the heck was going on. Much later down the road did I realize that I should probably carry sea salt on me, and cayenne pepper and peppermint oil is really good for headaches. I used to get a lot of those, not so much anymore, but yeah. So I started keeping that in my purse, what you see there in the picture.
No, that's a really good idea. And we see, so lemon, ginger, bay leaves, honey, and Cheyenne, not cayenne. Yeah, peppermint for heartburn. Yeah.
Okay, so it's Genesis or Bera Ashiat 43.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, let's do it up.
All right. To what chapter or what verse?
23.
Okay. So 43:1. But the scarcity of food was severe in the land, and it came to be when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought from Mitzrayim, that their fathers said to them, Go back, buy us a little food. But Yehudah spoke to him, saying, The man vehemently warned us, saying, You do not see my face unless your brother is with you. If you let your brother go with us, we go down and buy you food. But if you do not let him go, we do not go down, because the man said to us, You do not see my face unless your brother is with you. And Yasharel said, Why did you do evil to me to inform the man that you still had a brother? And they said, The man kept asking about us and our relatives, saying, Is your father alive? Have you a brother? And we informed him according to these words. How could we know that he would say, Bring your brother down? And Yehudah said to Yasharel his father, Send the boy with me, and let us arise and go, and live and not die, both we and you, and also our little ones. I myself shall stand guarantor for him. From my hand you are to require him. If I do not bring him back to you and put him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not delayed, truly by now we could have returned this second time. And their father Yasharel said to them, If so, then do this. Take some of the best fruit of the land in your vessels, and bring a present down for the man, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. And take double silver in your hand, and take back in your hand the silver that was returned in the mouth of your sacks. It could have been a mistake. And take your brother and arise, go back to the man. And El Shaddai should give to you compassion before the man, so that he shall release your other brother and Benjamin. And if I am bereaved, I am bereaved. And the men took that present of Benjamin, and they took double the amount of silver in their hand, and arose and went down to Mitzrayim, and stood before Usop. And Usop saw Benjamin with them, and said to the other over his house, Bring the men home, and make a great slaughter, and prepare, for these men are to eat with me at noon. And the men did as Usop said, and the man brought the men into Usop's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Usop's house. And they said,
it is because of the silver, which was put back into our sacks the first time, that we are brought in, to throw himself upon us and fall upon us and take us as slaves, our donkeys too. So they came near to the man over the house of Yusuf, and spoke to him at the door of the house, and said, "O my master, we indeed came down the first time to buy food, but it came to be, when we came to the lodging place, that we opened our sacks, and we saw each man's silver in the mouth of his sack, our silver in its weight, and we have brought it back in our hand. And we have brought down other silver in our hands to buy food. We do not know who put our silver in our sacks." But he said, "Peace be with you. Do not be afraid. Your Eliam and the Eliam of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. Your silver had come to me." And he brought Shamun out to them.
All right. Yeah, we see. Thank you for reading, sister. So we see, this forgiveness was going on here and things like that. And it was all a test. Shabbat is now on Tuesdays. Yes, correct. And that's according to the great sign of the sun, or the spring equinox. Yeah, which we were going to talk about a bit here, because I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of questions about the true leap year, and we're going to get into that after the reading in Jubilees here. So anyways, what I was meaning to say, oh, you learned a new song. Well, we would love to hear it. 100%, sister. So yeah, we see the silver was given back for the grain and everything that they had bought. And that was Joseph being a steward over his family as well. He was taking care of his family, even though they did him wrong in the beginning. He showed compassion and forgiveness by doing these things. And of course, he did the test to see, are they still the same way, or have they repented? And he saw that there was repentance in their hearts. Yeah. Oh, you guys are funny. Yeah, after we get done with that Jubilees here, we only got 3 chapters in Jubilees. So 39 to 41.
I could read again if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great, sister. Jubilees chapter 39. And whenever you're ready, sister.
And Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob, and Joseph was 17 years old when they took him down into the land of Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, a eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief of the guard, brought him. And he appointed Joseph over all his house. And the barakah of Yahuah came upon the house of the Mitzrite on account of Joseph, and Yahuah prospered him in all that he did. And the Mitzrite committed all into the hands of Joseph, for he saw that Yahuah was over him, and that Yahuah prospered him in all that he did. And Joseph's appearance was handsome, and his appearance was good-looking. And his master's wife lifted her eyes and saw Joseph, and she loved him, and pleaded with him to lie with her. But he did not surrender his being, and he remembered Yahuah of the words which Jacob his father used to read from among the words of Abraham, that no man should commit whoring with a woman who has a husband. for him the punishment of death has been ordained in the Shemayim before the Most High El, and the sin shall be recorded against him in the everlasting books continually before Yahuah. And Yosef remembered these words and refused to lie with her, and she pleaded with him for a year, but he refused and would not listen. But she embraced him and held him fast in the house in order to force him to lie with her, and closed the doors of the house and held him fast. But he left his garment in her hands and broke through the door and fled outside from her presence. And the woman saw that he would not lie with her, and she accused him in the presence of his master, saying, Your Ibri servant whom you love sought to force me so that he might lie with me, and came to be when I lifted my voice that he fled, and his garment is in my hands when I held him, and he broke through the door. And the Mitzrite saw the garment of Yosef and the broken door, and heard the words of his wife, and threw Yosef into prison, into a place where the prisoners were kept, whom the sovereign imprisoned. And he was there in prison. But Yahuah gave Yosef favor in the sight of the chief of the prison guards, and compassion before him, for he saw Yahuah was with him, and that Yahuah made all that he did to prosper. And he gave all matters into his hands, and the chief of the prison guards knew of naught that was with him, for Yosef did all, and Yahuah perfected it. And he remained there 2 years. And in those days Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, was wroth against his 2 eunuchs, against the chief cupbearer and against the chief baker, and he put them in confinement in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison where Yosef was kept. And the captain of the prison guards appointed Yosef to serve them, and he served before them. And they both dreamed a dream, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and they told it to Yosef, and he interpreted it to them. So it befell them, and Pharaoh restored the chief cupbearer to his office, and the baker he slew, and Yosef had interpreted to them. But the chief cupbearer forgot Yosef in prison, although he had informed what would befall him, and did not remember to inform Pharaoh how Yosef had told him, for he forgot.
Yeah, and we see, thank you, by the way, for reading, sister.
Welcome.
But we see, again, the same story we get in Genesis, and it lines right up exactly with what we read in Genesis. You know, this is why I love Jubilees so much. It correlates so much, and it matches what Genesis says, regardless of what others like to say about it. Like, oh, you know, there's contradictions in there, and this and that and another thing. Well, there's really not. When you actually read it side by side, you see it lines right up. And Sister Jennifer will definitely be keeping you in prayer about learning the harp. That's a good instrument to learn there. That's actually
Jeremy,
pretty awesome.
sorry,
Oh, go ahead.
something that triggered my memory while Miranda was reading. I have been telling you guys on the side about someone who says that if you've got black in you, any colour of black in you, then you are of the seed of Cain. The seed of Cain, which means you can't enter into the kingdom because apparently it's a forbidden race. I know that's all lies. And so this is another area where he said, Joseph, he couldn't get with that lady because she had colour in her, and that's why he rejected her, not because of any other being obedience. It was because of the colour. So sorry, just had to let you know that little twist on scripture that people are saying as well. I hope you understood what I was saying.
Yeah, no, and very interesting point, because there are people who are extreme one way or another.
Yeah.
And, you know, Yahuah does not like that. We don't see that anywhere in Scripture. We always see that we're to welcome the sojourner, the stranger, you know, graft them into Israel if they choose to follow Yahuah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not
Anyway, I just
about.
thought I'd let you know that part of what they believe,
No,
which I
thank you.
do not agree with at all.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's not about the pigment in your skin, any of that. It's just like Tabitha here said, every nation, tongue, and tribe. And that's also what Abraham says, or about Abraham. It talks about how all nations will be barakoth, blessed, because of Abraham. It doesn't say every nation except for, this handful over here. No, it just says all of them, speaking about all of them. All right, so we got chapter 40. I can read chapter 40 here. And if anybody wants to read 41, which will be our last chapter of the day here in the Torah portions, let me know. Oh, that's a miniature floor harp? Wow, that looks pretty big to me, bro, or sister. Sorry. The Mormon church used to teach that. Yeah, actually they did. We were just talking about that. Actually, there in Missouri. You can still find that old cartoon that they have online about it. Yeah, really beautiful harp, truly. Yeah, compared to the big ones, it's really small. All right, so let me continue here in Jubilees chapter 40. And in those days, Pharaoh dreamed 2 dreams in one night concerning a scarcity of food, which was to be in all the land. And he awoke from his sleep and called all the interpreters of dreams that were in Mitzrayim and magicians, and told them his 2 dreams, but they were not able to declare. And I think it's interesting here, he called magicians and things like that over to try to decipher this dream. And they couldn't. Why? Because it was given to him by Yahuah for this purpose of Yosef.
Hey.
Stop it.
Hey, Shalom.
Hey, Shalom.
Aw. But yeah, I believe it was given to Pharaoh for Yosef to interpret the dream because it was given to him by Yahuah, and only Yahuah can interpret it. So through Yosef, he was that vessel. Right, continuing here. So, and then the chief cupbearer remembered Yosef and spoke of him to the sovereign. And he brought him out from the prison, and he told his 2 dreams before him. And he said before Pharaoh that his 2 dreams were one. And he said to him, 7 years of plenty shall come over the land. Come over all the land of Mitzrayim. And after that, 7 years of scarcity of food. Such a scarcity of food as has not been seen in all the land. And now let Pharaoh appoint overseers in all the land of Mitzrayim. Let them store up food in every city throughout the days of the years of plenty. And there shall be food for the 7 years of scarcity of food. And the land shall not perish through scarcity of food, for it will be very severe. Yeah, very severe, meaning all over the earth that we read in Genesis as well. And Yahuah gave Yosef favor and kindness in the eyes of Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to his servants, We shall not find such a wise and discerning man as this man, for the spirit of Yahuah is with him. And we see here Pharaoh even knew Yahuah's name, which I find fascinating. It just shows, they all knew about Yahuah back then. And he appointed him the second in all his reign, and gave him authority over all of Mitzrayim, and caused him to ride in the second chariot of Pharaoh, and clothed him in fine linen garments. And he put a gold chain upon his neck, and proclaimed before him, El Wa'abir. And he placed a ring on his hand, and made him ruler over all his house, magnified him, and said to him, Only on the throne shall I be greater than you. That's quite an honor, especially coming from one of these pharaohs and things like that. So, and Joseph ruled over all the land of Mitzrayim, and all the princes of Pharaoh, and all his servants, and all who did the sovereign's business loved him, for he walked in uprightness, for he was without pride and arrogance, and he had no respect of faces, and did not accept bribes, but he judged all the people of the land in uprightness. So we see he was following Torah here. Again, in Mitzrayim, Egypt. This is just more proof that Egypt once followed Yahuah, and then they followed Yahuah again at the time of Onias, when the temple and the land of Onias was given to the sons of Zadok. And the land of Mitzrayim was at peace before Pharaoh because of Joseph, for Yahuah was with him, and gave him favor and kindness for all his generations, before all those who knew him, and those who heard concerning him. And Pharaoh's reign was well ordered, and there was no adversary and no evil one. And that's pretty interesting as well, because all of Mitzrayim was Baruch because of Joseph. And because of Joseph, all of Mitzrayim was following Yahuah. And that actually proves that point that we were just speaking about there, that Sister Jermaine brought up. So we see all of Mitzrayim was following Yahuah here. So that goes to show it does not matter. It doesn't matter what nation, tribe, anything like that. It matters if you turn and follow Yahuah. All right, continuing. Verse 10. And the sovereign called Joseph's name Sapanath Paneah, and gave Joseph as a wife the daughter of Potiphar, the daughter of the priest of On, the captain of the guard. And on that day Joseph stood before Pharaoh, and he was 30 years old. And in that year Yitzhak died. And it came to be as Joseph had said in the interpretation of his 2 dreams, accordingly as he had said it. And there were 7 years of plenty over all the land of Mitzrayim. And the land of Mitzrayim produced abundantly 1 measure to 1,800 measures. That's quite a large percentage there as well. And Joseph gathered food into every city until they were full of grain, until they could no longer count and measure. No longer count and measure it for its multitude. Yeah, they had so much of a surplus that they just had to stop counting it. They're like, all right, we definitely got enough. So but again, we also see how it lines up side by side to the same story we get in Genesis. Lines right up with it. Hey, and there's Greg. Shabbat Shalom, brother.
Shabbat Shalom.
Glad you can make it. Better late than never, huh?
Yeah, I kind of slept in today.
No worries. It's allowed. It's a Sabbath.
Amen.
Let's see, just reading chat here. Yep, that's how that group started. The Mormons started out
with Freemasonic rituals and things like that, literally. All right, so we got our last chapter to read here. If anybody would like to read, if not, no worries. And then after that, Marissa can play her song, which I'm excited to hear, and I know everybody else is. Gotta love the children, right? All right. So I'll just go ahead and read it. No worries. Let's see. How many verses is it? Shouldn't be too many. Yeah, 28. All right. So Jubilees chapter 41. And in the 45th Yobel, in the second week, in the second year, Yahudah took for his firstborn a wife from the daughters of Aram named Tamar. But he hated and did not lie with her, because his mother was of the daughters of Canon. And he wished to take a wife of the clan of his mother, but Yahudah his father would not permit him. And this the firstborn of Yahudah, was wicked, and Yahudah slew him. And Yahudah said to Onan his brother, Go into your brother's wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her, and raise up seed for your brother. And Onan knew that the seed would not be his brother's only. And he went into the house of his brother's wife, and spilled the seed on the ground. And he was wicked in the eyes of Yahuah, and slew him. Yep, spilling that seed on the ground, it's directly mentioned in Torah not to do these things. And Yahudah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, Remain in your father's house as a widow until Shalom my son is grown, and I shall give you to him as a wife. And he grew up, but Betsuel, the wife of Yahudah, did not permit her son Shelah to marry. And Betsuel, the wife of Yahudah, died in the 5th year of this week. And in the 6th year, Yahudah went up to shear sheep at Timnah. And they told Tamar, See, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear sheep. And she put off her widow's clothes, put on a veil, and adorned herself, and sat in the gate bordering the way to Timnah. And as Yahudah was going along, he found her, and thought her to be a whore. And he said to her, Let me come in to you. And she said to him, Come in. And he went in. So this story is interesting because it's, very fascinating. So we see Yahudah, going to who he thought was a whore, and he's like, oh yeah, let's do this. Just fascinating, interesting, yes. And she said to him, Give me my hire. And he said to her, I have not in my hand except my seal that is on my finger, and my cord, and my staff, which is in my hand. And she said to him, Give them to me, until you send me my hire. And he said to her, I shall send to you a young goat. And he gave them to her, and she conceived by him.
And Yehudah went to his sheep, and she went to her father's house. And Yehudah sent a young goat by the hand of his shepherd, an Adulamite, but he did not find her. And he asked the people of the place, saying, Where is the whore who is here? And they said to him, There was no whore here with us. And he returned and informed him. And he said to him that he had not found her. I asked the people of the place, and they said to me, There is no whore here. And he said, Let her keep them, lest we become a cause of mockery. And when she had completed 3 months, it was revealed that she was with child. And they told Yahudah, saying, See, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, is with child by whoring. Yahudah went to the house of her father, and said to her father and her brothers, Bring her out, and let them burn her, for she has wrought uncleanness in Israel. And it came to be, when they brought her out to burn her, that she sent to her father-in-law the seal and the cord and the staff, saying, Examine whose are these, for by him I am with child. So he knows, or he's about to know. And Yehudah acknowledged and said, Tamar is more righteous than I am, and therefore let them not burn her. And for that reason she was not given to Shelah, and he did not approach her again. And all this was done for Yahuwah's will to happen, of course. And after that she bore 2 sons, Peretz and Zerah, in the 7th year of the 2nd week. And after that the 7 years of fruitfulness were accomplished, of which Joseph spoke to Pharaoh. And Yehudah acknowledged that the deed which he had done was evil, for he had lain with his daughter-in-law, and he reckoned it hateful in his eyes. And he acknowledged that he had transgressed and gone astray, for he had uncovered the skirt of his son, uncovered the nakedness. Yeah, that was actually part of the question earlier. That's right. We see examples of what uncovering nakedness is in Scripture, and it's usually, if it's your father's, brothers, so-and-so nakedness, it's their wife. And he began to lament and plead before Yahuwah because of his transgression. And we told him in a dream that it was forgiven him because he pleaded earnestly and lamented and did not commit sin again. And that's what it's all about, repentance. Do not commit that sin again. Flee from it. It's been an awesome first Shabbat gathering of the year. Yeah, I agree, sister. Let's see. 25. And he received forgiveness because he turned from his sin and from his ignorance. For he transgressed greatly before our Elohim. And everyone that does so, everyone who lies with his mother-in-law, let them burn him with fire, that he may burn therein. For there is uncleanness and pollution upon them. With fire, let them burn them. And you shall command the children of Israel that there be no uncleanness among them. For everyone who lies with his daughter-in-law or with his mother-in-law has wrought uncleanness. Let them burn the man who has lain with her with fire, and also the woman. And he shall turn away wrath and punishment from Israel. And to Yehudah, we said that his 2 sons, had not lain with her, and for this reason his seed was established for a 2nd generation, and would not be rooted out. For in singleness of eye he had gone and sought for punishment, namely, according to the right ruling of Abraham, which he had commanded his sons. Yehudah had sought to burn her with fire. And there it is.
let's see, catch up on some chat here real quick. And then, yeah, Sister Marissa, let me know whenever you're ready for your song there. But really quick, oh, Sarah, Shabbat Shalom, sister. Good to see you here. But, we see repentance, forgiveness, things like that. This is where these Torah commandments also came from. We can see long before Moses, all these commands were there. Awesome, sister. 7 years to clean for him, 7 years to cleanse for Adam and Eve. Already did my homework. Yeah, no, awesome. Yeah, exactly. And just like the ordination of priests as well, takes 7 days for them to be ordained. And on the 8th day, they are ready. Puff up or step up? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, John 20 and Yahusha, because Thomas could touch him on that 8th day. Exactly. Song. All right, I get the picture there, Miranda. Yeah, I'm down for that whenever you are ready, Sister Marissa. And then after that, Brother Lockman, if you would like to do that little reading. You know what? Hold on. How long do we got here? So 2 hours, 26 minutes. Oh, we still got time. Perfect. And yeah, and after Lockman, if you would like Sister Germaine to do the Psalms and Sirach reading.
I just had to let you know, I could, but it'll probably be in the next recording. I have to slip up and just help Mum at 8:30, which is in 1 hour. So, yeah, I'm not ready because I just got back on the go, so I have to do all the milk and have breakfast. So maybe later if you guys are still on.
Yeah, no worries. And there's a crack on my end, a crackling. My computer always acts funny. My phone, technology itself, all. Yeah, midweek midrash on Saturdays now. Here, I will change my phone, or to my phone here. I've noticed this, if you go too long on Telegram, at least in my case, like on my computer, it'll start like bugging out. Then I'll have to switch to my phone. And then if I'm on my phone too long with Telegram, it starts bugging out. Switch back to my computer. I don't know. Gotta love technology though, right? But anyways, take it away, Sister Marissa, whenever you are ready.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. I'll post this song in the chat in a minute. Make you think you'll never see the light of day. Yahusha has done for me. Praise Yah, my life is through. What His grace can do. But I have seen a Father come running. I have seen His arms open wide, saying, "Come back home." I have found how it feels to be forgiven and made new. Hallelujah. I have seen what grace can do. The broken find their breakthrough. The old is made brand new. The hurting find their healing. That's what grace can do. Make a heart of stone start beating. Raise you right out of that tomb. Make a saint out of a sinner. That's what grace can do. But I have seen the Father come running. I have seen His arms open wide, saying, "Come back home." I have felt how it feels to be forgiven and made new.
Beautiful.
Hallelujah. Come and see what grace can do. Thank you guys. I was really nervous.
No, it sounded great.
Woohoo!
Love it.
And like that
Thank you
song
for
probably like
sharing, sister.
peaked the microphone too. Sorry if it did. I just used my phone.
No, it sounded pretty decent, actually, from my end.
I'm in the
So
recording
did
studio, Jeremy.
Oh, nice. Yeah. AKA the bathroom.
The bathroom all the way on the other side of my house.
Nice. Yeah, Marissa's concert in person was awesome, actually.
Yeah, but not outside in 90-degree heat, right?
That's the best kind of
Hey,
concert.
right? Yeah, definitely enjoyed it. Everyone enjoyed it, for sure.
Yeah, okay, Natalie, we can do that. See, like the only problem with that though is like I don't remember the chords by heart, so I need the papers. So I would just be like sitting there with the papers on the floor, you know, staring at the ground. Yes, Tabitha.
Yeah. There you go. See, Natalie will hold them for you.
All right, but Natalie, you gotta, yeah, a clipboard would be perfect. But Natalie, you have to like come here. That's the only thing.
My husband's looking at me like, when is your trip planned? He's
Yeah.
like, what is she cooking up? I gotta figure it out. But I'm in the works.
Good,
Oh,
good,
okay,
good.
Natalie. If you're in the works,
We're gonna
I at
hold you to
least
it.
need a tiny bit of a heads up. That way I can make sure I come when you come too.
All right, I'll let you guys know. I gotta time it
Okay.
with milking these sheep.
Yeah, I love it. And it's such a Barakoth, to be honest. Yeah,
And Jeremy, I did sort out those slides. I can just go over them.
yeah, actually, that would be a great idea.
Okay. Okay. Let me share my screen.
Shabbat shalom.
And Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom, buddy. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Hey, Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Sounds like we need to learn the Shabbat Shalom song, Marissa.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat, 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 Shabbat,
Shabbat
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat, 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 Shalom. Shabbat, 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 Shalom. Shabbat, 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 Shalom.
shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Okay. So when I did that presentation last Shabbat, I didn't really talk a lot about the sun's path in the north. And it's because I don't feel that like the belief that Mount Zion is there or the camp of the saints is necessary to articulate Yah's calendar the way that we should be executing it. However, when it comes to the leap year, it's important to understand why that is relevant. And so in the North Pole, the sun traverses differently than what we experience where we are. So where we are, the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. But in the North Pole, it moves in this circular path along the horizon. So it goes east, south, west, north, east, south, west, north. And so for 6 months of the year, the sun is entirely below the horizon, while for the following 6 months, it stays completely above it. And so that seems impossible because the horizon meets our eyes at a level plane, even when viewed from the altitude of an airplane. I've taken several business trips before, and Jeremy's got some pictures too. The sun, the Earth is flat, and the sun is rotating above it. So how is it that in the North Pole, the sun's completely below the horizon for 6 months? So when I thought to look at what the sun's doing in the north, it came about from a question that I proposed to Natalie about like when the equinox happens in Israel. And so there are a few different groups that feel that that is extremely important, like we are going to be traveling to the Middle East, to Jerusalem for the feast at some point. And it's because, they don't believe the millennial reign has already happened. They don't understand the scriptures about the 3 parts to the north. They don't view the camp of the saints as being in the midst of the earth on Mount Zion. And so that's what makes the difference in where we were going to look. And so when we looked at stellarium of what the sun does in the north, and we saw that the 6 months and 6 months, I looked a little bit closer at what the exact day is that the sun has traversed northward in its cycle. So when we talk about it being northward or southward, we're talking about the analemma that the sun makes throughout the year. And so that's that figure 8 shape with the smaller at the top and the bigger at the bottom. Okay. And so the top half would be north and the bottom half is south in its circuit. All right. And then, so I have on here, I just read Psalm 125. They that trust in Yahuah shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed, but abides forever. As the mountains are round about Yerushalayim, so Yahuah is round about his people from henceforth, even forever. So Yah's set apart place in the north, we read in Jubilees 8:19, positioned in the midst of his people, Yasharel, Ezekiel 43:7, is a location where the passing away of days, seasons, and years can be observed in a unique way. Ezekiel 77:4. The chamber day, which follows after the 364th day of the year, is when the sun has traversed to the north in order to reach the east. So that sentence is loaded there. So when we hear chamber day, I'm referring to Psalm 119, where it talks about the sun exiting from his chamber to run his race. And so that implies that there is a moment in time that the sun is in its chamber, if you will. And so when we read Enoch 72:5, which is before the 364-day count that comes right after it, it says that the sun has traversed north in order to return to the east and shines in the face of the heavens. And so this sentence really gives us a few witnesses in it. And so people will read that sentence and say, well, it's just talking about the sun moving through the northern quarter. No, it's not. It is talking about a moment in time where the sun has moved northward in its path and simultaneously returns to the east. And so what's so unique about Yah's set apart place in the north is that we can see, yes, using stellarium, we can see that moment in time that the sun is completely visible above the horizon again. And that is on the day of the equinox. And so if the equinox day is what's spoken of in Enoch 72 verse 5, that day precedes days 1 through 364. And so that's a picture of the analemma on the right. And it is like a common misconception. People think when they look at this that where it crosses, that's the equinox day, but it's not. It's actually, if you look at the entirety of that circuit and then you divide the picture in half, that's when the equinox day occurs. So on the 364th day of the solar year in the north, the sun reaches a precise position, half above and half below the horizon. So in these screenshots here, I have the landscape off, but if you look at that middle line, it says 0 degrees. This is the horizon line. And so on day 363 of the year, the sun is totally below the horizon, meaning if you were in the North Pole, you would not ever see the orb of the sun on this day, but you would see its light still, but you would not see the orb. The very next day, on day 364, the sun is half above the horizon, half below the horizon, and it will traverse in a circle east, south, west, north, east, south, west, north. It traverses in a circle, half up and half below on day 364. Now, on the equinox day, which is our great sign or our chamber day for the sun, the day that the sun is in between portal 3 and portal 4. It has not yet risen in portal 4 on the equinox day. And so we can see in that third screenshot the equinox of 2024, where the sun, the entire orb of the sun is above the horizon in the north. And so in the camp of the saints, they will see that, but we will witness the sun rising at 90 degrees east and giving us that straight line shadow that day. So here's a picture again of the analemma. The equinox day marks the fleetness of the old year and the establishment of the new year. We have to remember the great sign is the Aleph and the Tav. And the Hebrew letters used for sign has in the middle of it the Vav, which is the binder that holds the end and the beginning together. So Yah's chamber day, this honors him, that by him and before him all things consist, all things come forth from him and return to him. And so on this day, many on earth will observe the straight line shadow, a great sign to Yasharel. In this way, the sun returns to the east, and the following day begins its next circuit along the curve of time at the renewal of the solar year. So on that straight line day, this is reflecting the nature of Yah in his straight and narrow path. What is that scripture about? In him there's no shadow of turning. That just came to mind. And so, yeah, I don't remember what one that is though, Jeremy, about the shadow of turning.
I think it's in 1 John.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
All right. So the next day though, and we tracked the sun's path the next day after the equinox on New Year's Day, and it was once again curved. So I like to use the analogy of a roller coaster. So when you board a roller coaster, you're getting on the train cars and you're in this vestibule, if you will. It's like a pavilion. Okay. And then the ride begins when the train cars come out from underneath that pavilion. When it comes out of the vestibule, or like the sun running its race, when it comes out from the chamber. And the whole race is the entire roller coaster, right? And then there's no pit stops along the way. It's from point A to point B. It's from the beginning and then to the end. And when you get to the end of the ride, the cars go back into that vestibule again, or that chamber. And so that's what the equinox day is. It is the chamber day. So look at Jeremy. I had it. Is that James, Jas?
Exactly, James.
Yeah, every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no change nor shadow of turning. And Deuteronomy 11:12 says, a land which Yahuah your Elohim looks after, the eyes of Yahuah your Elohim are always on it, from the beginning of the year to the latter end of the year. The sun makes one full circuit across the sky every 24 hours, creating a single solar day. So if you have ever seen a flat earth model with the sun and moon rotating above the earth, the question was, well, where does the 24-hour circuit begin? And that was a big question mark when I was putting together this presentation. So the Gregorian date at any moment depends on where a person is located along that circuit. Understanding this makes it entirely possible for Yah's people to worship him on the Sabbaths and feasts, united at the same moment within the same solar day. And so this chart is all of the time zones. And what is interesting to me is how it reads from right to left, that the sun moves. And so all the way to the right, you can see India, and then where Jerusalem is. This is the eastern quarter. So if you divide this picture into 4, the first quarter to the right is east. The next one is the southern quarter. And then the next one is the western quarter. And then the last one is the northern quarter. But the thing is that where that black line is, that is where the date changes on the Gregorian calendar. So it's like a deception, guys. It's a facade. This is all the same solar day, but the date changes in the last quarter of the world, or even like a third of it, if you're looking where that black line is. But for like our friends, our brethren here that are in Australia, their date is different. So even if Lachlan and Jermaine and they're tracking the equinox at the same daylight hours as we are, they will be on March 22nd, while we are on I'm sorry, for the equinox, it would have been March 21st for them. And then while we are on March 20th, we're all awake at the same time. We're all witness. But the dates are different. And so when it came to this year, it's the leap year, right? So the most important thing to understand is that we begin the year on the day after the great sign and number our days from there. And so if you're tracking the equinox on a desert island, you will start your year the day after, when the line curves again. And so we can see when the true leap year occurs in the north, because there will be a second day that the sun is on the horizon line, that 0 degree line, where they won't see the entire orb of the sun. So the leap year in the north does not align with the leap years on the Gregorian calendar, which is why it looks like it's not like 3 years we begin our year on one date, and then 1 year we begin it on the following date. It doesn't look like that 3 and 1 that you would expect, because Yah's leap years are out of line with the Gregorian calendar's leap years. So that's why it looks like, for 2 years we'll start on March 20th, and then for 2 years we start on March 21st. And for Australia, March 21st for 2 years, and then for 2 years, March 22nd, just because of the Gregorian date in that country. And so we could visualize the leap year in the north when we looked at Stellarium, and we could see on day 364, this is 2026. On day 364, which was March 18th, in the US, the sun is partially above the horizon in the north. And then the next day, on the 19th, it's still not fully above the horizon. And then finally, on March 20th, the entire orb of the sun is above the horizon, indicating the sun has traversed northward in the analemma and simultaneously has returned to the east, where we will visualize the straight line shadow being the great sign that Yah has given us. And so here's the picture of the cycle of years. Now, this picture came about because of let's see. The third column that says head of days, this column was actually made by Natalie in her research on when the equinox would occur. And she was looking at Iowa, where she is, when she assembled this. But what was so amazing to see, very radical, was when I made the chart on the left, that column on the left, I was looking at the 364th day in the north using stellarium and then plugging in the leap years. And then when I took that and I matched it up to the equinox dates that Natalie had, it all went in line, meaning that the 364th day in the north was the day before the equinox that Natalie had written down. And then that still remained true when I added in the leap years. And so if somebody doesn't understand the importance of the north, and the validity of that we can find evidence of in scripture, and they become adamant that this is about the northern quarter, they don't see the three parts of the north, etc., they're going to miss this. And they're going to think that the Gregorian leap year is accurate when it's not. So it's still in some way leaning on their own understanding to just take that verbatim, well, that's, that is what it is. And when we did this research, it became very clear to me when I looked back at my board from last year and recording the equinox. My boys said to me on the 19th, "Hey, Ma, this line's looking straight." And I didn't believe it. I did not believe it. I turned the other cheek. But then when I went out there ever so adamantly on March 20th last year, the line curved at solar noon, and I was livid, and I was in denial, and I threw out my evidence. And, for our sister Natalie, she believed what she was being shown, that the equinox came in on the 19th. And so it was wild, upon that further research into this and understanding how the sun moves in the north, and then also getting honest with myself about it, that this all kind of came about with this cycle of years chart here. And so I tried to make it even more simple with the day one Tekufa. Again, Tekufa means cycle or circuit. There are 4 Tekufas in the year found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are the first day of the first month, 4th month, 7th month, and 10th month, also known as the Noah days in the book of Jubilees, the days of remembrance. It is the beginning of the season. Tekufa does not mean equinox. It is the head of the season, the beginning of that cycle. Enoch 5:2 says, "And all his works go on thus from year to year forever, and all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks change not, but according as Elohim hath ordained, so it is done." And so I saw in chat, people were asking, well, where's the scripture proving the leap year? The whole calendar is what is that scripture about the priests and kings? It's up to priests and king. It's up to Yah to conceal a matter and priests and kings to search it out. This is not an easy one. Understanding his calendar is not easy, and it takes a lot of research and context clues and questioning everything, and not just listening to somebody say, trust me, bro. And so I don't like just as like a sister to you guys, like don't just trust me, bro. You know, like definitely do the research, and I'm pointing you in the right direction. You know, pull up Stellarium, look at that, look at what the sun's doing in the north, look at the scriptures about the north. Read Enoch 72 to 82 and try to understand that. But I am this is the end of that Fabric of Creation Part 2 series, which is all about the solar cycle. Which I haven't listened to the video, and maybe I gave more details than what I did today, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has right now.
Well, I trust you, just like Natalie said, because we examined the data, boom, and it worked out.
I really think you did a great job explaining that because it's hard to visualize. It would be great if we could make some more graphics that visualize what's happening, you know, as that sun comes into the chamber, the equator, the equinox day, and show kind of what's happening to us and what's happening in the north.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about it, and I will say that is one thing I loved about our sister Katrina, and how she made that really simple, like visual explanation, and she drew it, and I thought that was really helpful, especially coming out of believing that Saturday is always the Sabbath. That was super helpful.
Yeah, sometimes it takes breaking it down to just a simple visual, and it helps a lot.
And Ashley, I like that about Joshua's long day. I've thought about that before, but the calendar was set before that happened, and Enoch was shown the course of the luminaries before Joshua's long day occurred. And he wrote in there that verse 5 in chapter 72. So I believe, what scripture says, that they change not. The luminaries' courses change not, and they are as Yah set them to be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree. And also we have the math in Enoch that tells us the excess.
yeah, Enoch 74:11, I believe, 11 or 12. Yeah, it gives us that excess of the sun and the stars.
And
Also,
it's
the
not
excess.
excess like a bad thing. It's just literally just telling us exactly how it all moves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Joshua's long day. Sure, these events happen. Hezekiah's sundial. They happen, but it had no really effect on the calendar. It was just kind of like pausing their course for a moment, and then it continued on. Yeah.
Right. Right. And then Jeremy, there's also the part Enoch 74:11, which, like, we've talked about that before too. And I'm just looking at it.
Yeah, the excess of the sun and the stars, and then
Yeah,
the overplus excess. Yeah, depending
the
on transit.
overplus of the sun and stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days. Which could possibly be talking about the leap year. I also believe that it's describing the lunar stations here.
Yeah.
But other than that, I really don't have I don't know Yah's reason for adding in the 0.2422, besides that having to do with some sort of mathematical equation that he has interwoven into the fabric of creation itself, which is what we can see in like the golden rule, the Mandelbrats, and
Yeah. And even in pi, that 3.14.
yeah, pi, yeah,
Yep. And
which
the Fibonacci.
yeah, the Fibonacci sequence, and because the pattern's going to have to turn. So I don't know why there has to be more than one day of excess, one chamber day. Why is there a leap year? Why is there a decimal point? Like some of these things we're not going to fully grasp or fully understand ourselves, all of the why behind everything. And it's not really for us to worry as to why he put the 0.2422 into the equation itself. If the system works perfectly, Yah knows the why, and his ways are higher than our ways. And so we just have to trust him. We have to abide by that great sign that he gave to us and start our year the next day. And on the years where there is a leap year, what that would look like is you'd get to day 364, you go out the next day, go to record the equinox, and it would still be curved. And there's confidence in knowing, well, hey, I started my count. Scripture says, teach me how to number our days. There's confidence in knowing, like, well, it was straight. We counted 1 through 364. We have the witnesses of the moon and the stars to back this up. The moon is the mile marker for the year. The moon was in front of the correct lunar station at the end of the year, blah, blah, blah. And then you go out the next day and it's curved. I would just be like, it's Yah's will. Yah's will be done. The next day, the line is straight. Okay, then it's, well, the day after we start our year. And so that's only on the leap years, where we just have to trust and believe that he is directing the paths of the luminaries and that they are doing his will.
Absolutely. And that's what it is. It's that great sign of the sun, trusting in Yahuah. That's what it's really all about. We don't trust men's calendars, things stemmed from Babylon, anything like that. People do like to claim, like, oh yeah, the Gregorian leap year, that's where it's at. No, it's actually not. And that's why I believe
Sorry.
Real quick. That's why I believe there was such a discrepancy last year where everybody was like, no, we saw it on the 19th. And then others were like, no, we saw it on the 20th. And, because it was on the 19th, but some just did not want to believe it. Couldn't be on the 20th. So that's what, what's it called? That wool was pulled over their eyes by themselves,
Right. Well, and I like what Natalie said here. Yeah. We're not going to know until it's the end of the day if it was truly straight. And so how in experiencing that, for those who have tracked the equinox before, sharing in that experience, we can see that took work. It took diligence. It took being mindful and going back to the board and marking the board and looking at the board and making sure you're marking it in the right place. And, that was work. It was not a feast day. How could you, for those who are saying the equinox starts the year, okay, and they're like, okay, the equinox is the new year. For people that are saying that, well, what happens if they've been feasting all day celebrating the new year and then they get a curve at the end of the day?
Yeah.
We have to think about like the actuality of it because, the ancients, they did not have stellarium. They didn't have the Gregorian calendar to say, hey, this is when the leap year is. They couldn't go by constructs of men. They had to just track it themselves. And so they were able to track it, get the straight line, and say, yes, tomorrow is the first day of the first month. And which brings me back to 1 Samuel 20. Tomorrow is the first day of the first month, and you shall dine with the king. And how did they know that? You know, they were out there by the stone Azel.
Yep, and that's why he says, see, tomorrow is the head of the month. What are they seeing? Perhaps that straight line shadow, you know?
Right.
And
Tomorrow is the head of the month.
this is just proving again the case for, you know, when a day begins and ends. It's when you can start tracking and stop tracking.
Yes.
Boom.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that's so true. That's the day. The sun rules over the day.
And we are the children of the light.
And we are the children of the light. Yep, I just read that. I'm pretty sure that's Ephesians 4. But yeah, I'm just going back to Ashley's questions. Like, no matter what calendar you choose to observe, it is going to require a leap of faith. It's just that some calendars have bigger leaps than others. And so, you know, that's why personally, my personal conviction about the calendar is we are supposed to worship Yah in spirit and in truth and do our very best. And if you become convicted of, say, the lunar calendar, I might not agree with you, but you're worshiping Yah with your whole heart, mind, and soul. I'm not going to sit here and try to change your mind. I'm not. And then Romans 14, let every man be fully convinced in his own mind. I'm taking the leap of faith that I feel confident in. And sometimes we have to walk by faith and not by sight. We've done as much research as we can. And, you know, I know all of us here are very interested in the calendar. And, you know, if something else comes up and that, you know, challenges our current understanding or whatever, that we would take a serious look at it. But at this point in my walk, I feel very confident that this is how Yah's calendar works. This is how the luminaries are his timepiece in the sky, and that the great sign is what the angels can see and that we also can see here on earth, so that we can celebrate his Sabbaths and his feast days at the same time as them in the Shamayim.
Absolutely.
Love that, Tabitha. Yep. Yeah, actually, I had a picture like that too. And it actually kind of looks like that Qumran sundial. And, you know, the mistake that I see people, no, it's fine. The mistake that I see people make is they want to tie the branches of the menorah to the days of the week. And then they will want to say that, oh, Enoch says there's 6 portals, but there should be 7 because of the 7 branches of the menorah. So they start like convoluting things, and then they start having to throw evidence out. Well, you know, this doesn't match the Dead Sea Scrolls, so we're going to throw out the Dead Sea Scrolls or whatever. They come up with some kind of calculation. They'll throw out Jubilees where it says 364 days only, and the years neither precede or recede one day. That they are exactly that. And so how can we believe that they are exactly that and abide by what Scripture is telling us unless we understand the chamber day?
I get the chamber day. I see it in his big, you know, in Joshua's long day, because that's Yahusha who leads into the promised land. Like I get it. Like I see it. I believe it. Right? Like kind of like I believe that Yahusha was Yahuah, and then I had to like search it out. Like there was like 2 things that I saw, and I was like, wait, that means that everything else is negated. And then I started searching that out more. So I believe it. It's just, I don't know how to defend it in a teachable setting to, like, let's just say my daughter, like that whole thing that you said that Natalie and you did, where she like took down some of her notes and then you compared it and you're using stellarium. I would love to learn how to do all that. That's what I'm saying, like comprehending it, being able to teach it.
Yeah.
They say if you can teach it, then you comprehend it. Now, the why I drew it like that is because that chamber day, like that to me is like that middle right there,
Yeah.
the
I
two sticks
agree.
becoming one. That's the ladder. That's the ladders that they ascend and descend on when you are climbing.
Yeah.
Those are like rungs on a ladder. I don't know. That's what I'm seeing. Like maybe my brain is just, I'm in my own space, but
No, you're fine.
I don't know.
I definitely see that. And like the one time I drew the mirrored menorahs on this face cloth that I had, and I put it on top of this domed light in my bathroom here, and showed it to everybody like that. This is how the portals work with the rings. Like the bottom, or the outermost ring is the biggest one, and then the innermost ring is the smallest one. But it's also um it's also 3D, where the spiral goes upwards as well.
And that's, but I would, if you do you have a video of that or a picture of that?
What?
Did you like record what you made?
Oh, that face cloth?
Whatever you did, like that's what I want to recreate. Not that like I'm trying to like Yahuah's ways, they're unsearchable, right? Like that's fine with me. Like that, I'm fine with being the dust. Like as long as I'm near him, that's all I care about. But I find it like to be able to like explain to my children, because they're looking at me like, Mom, like I get it, but like for them to fully, I can't give them the faith that I have, but I can show them
Yeah.
visuals to help them understand. And I just don't know if, I don't know. Never mind. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Actually, I think some of that is just time and time of walking it out. And I am so proud of you for getting those boards and having them involved in it. Like that
I
was
just
so
feel like I
awesome to
don't have
see.
time.
You have
You know?
time, sis. You're getting it. You have been through so much and you're so amazing and teaching them so well. You gotta give it to Yah. Like you are in his hands, girl. They're gonna get it. I promise you. You are taking this leap of faith to know, like he is with you. I know it.
You got this, sister. You are leading by example is what you're doing. And
Mm-hmm.
the enemy just likes to make us feel overwhelmed, stressed out, burdened, all these things. That's just a
Yep.
sign you're on the right path. And it's just refinement, like gold in the fire. And it's just another reason we all need each other as well. So,
Mm-hmm.
we are here to carry each other's burdens, and we are our brothers and sisters keepers.
Yeah, and when we came into this walk was 2020, and we have been on every single calendar there has been. And we have gotten the calendar wrong every single year, and every single year I'm like just on my face weeping like I can't believe we celebrated this on the wrong day again. But he is so faithful that if we just keep seeking it out, he's going to show us.
I mean, yeah, that's why I had been calling Marissa like crazy. I'm sorry, Marissa.
No, you're fine.
Because like just trying to come into this year and make sure, and it's like I think that's just what Yah's doing in me too. It's like letting go of control, and it's not just about like getting everything right. Like that's what he's showing me. It's not about getting everything right. It's about walking in his ways and just taking, like you're saying, that leap of faith. And just seems, I do want to get things right out of obedience. The other day, we went to like Chipotle, and I tried, it was just like a huge treat for us because it's like every single meal we make, Hannah's laughing, my daughter's laughing. And so we were able to go, and they were out of like the beef and things like that. And so I tried, the guy was like, "Here, you could try this as al pastor." I'm like, "Oh no, that's pork, and I don't eat that." I said, "Yeah, it's against Yah's commands." And he's like, "Hmm?" And then anyway, so then after that, he was like, "No, no, no, it's chicken, it's chicken." And I remember thinking, like, no, I know al pastor is beef. Like, I'm pretty sure. I'm not Hispanic, but I've been around enough. And so he's like, "I promise you, it's chicken." And just seeing the line, feeling like uncertain, I don't know. And then the lady was like, "It's chicken." Because he was handing me a sample. I tasted it and I was like, "Oh, it's spicy." And I'm telling you, I got into the car. I got regular chicken, by the way. It was way too spicy for my son. And we shared a bowl. We all shared a bowl. And then I got into the car, drove off, and then came back. And as I was driving off, I just could not knock it. I was like, I feel this is the way that we should feel about like wanting to please him. I don't want to about anything, even like if it's losing my temper or whatever, you know what I mean? Or being impatient or, having an unkind thought or whatever it is. So, I went back. I just turned around, tried calling first, and then went back. And I talked to the cook, and they assured me, like three different other people assured me it was chicken. And sure enough, when I looked it up, traditionally it's made with pork, but they make it with chicken, and it was carnitas that I was also thinking about. So, what was the point of my story? See, this is why I don't talk. I don't know what it's. Yeah.
Just about wanting to abide
Yes. Yes.
and and walk the narrow path. And it's really hard when you first come out. So, Ashley, I found a couple of these visuals too from one of the presentations. I put this one in, but these were some drawings. One was by Adrian, and she used to be in our group. And then the other one by Charlie, and she is still in our group. They're like speculation of how the portals work, and like I was saying, it spirals upwards. It kind of reminds me of that kid's toy, with the rings, like the baby toy, and you put the bigger ring on the bottom, and the pole is in the middle.
Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool. The picture to the right looks a lot like everything I've been drawing. But that one to the
Yeah.
left, I really don't understand the one to the left, but I'll figure it out.
So the one to the left, she was making a speculation on how the sun moves from one portal into the next. So I don't, it could be like that. Like if you imagine that as like with more of those spiral rings, and then it just, tracks upwards, like in a spiral.
Jeremy, not the one on the call, describes it kind of like a interstate where you're like the sun is shifting lanes and it's always coming to that next lane. It's not like we're on this straight line and we're all in the fourth gate, and then now we need to go to the third gate. It's a very gradual each day, and you can see that when you're standing outside. If you watch the sunrise every day, it's just a little bit more towards the north, and
Yeah.
then at the summer solstice, obviously it goes back towards the south.
Yeah, spirals back downwards.
Yeah, and I also think of it as like, so with the firmament, it's following that path along the firmament. So as it goes towards, you know, the north more, it's going to be higher up because of the shape of the firmament. And when it's in the south, that's why we see the analemma like it is too, rising and falling like that. I believe it's because of the firmament.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to mention earlier as well. So, you know, once you realize like the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, the Mandelbrot, all of these things, it's literally the fingerprint of Yahuah. It's in everything, you know, even in our own fingerprints, in our own DNA even. But when you see the correlation of that and its connection to the calendar, and you realize how important the North is, and why not many people really understand it. And for some, it's because they, you know, believe we live on some spinning ball in a vacuum. For others, they just believe, you know, Israel's the place and that's it. Well, reading through Enoch, you can see the importance of the North. That's where time, seasons, days, all these things, they pass away. That means they begin and end right there in the North. And that goes with Enoch 72:5, that chamber, that portal in the North, that it shines in the face of heaven. That's marking that divider day. That's the great sign of the sun. And when you see that and the connection to the toroidal vortex, now just like that, there you go. Here, actually, I'll let you, I don't want to ruin your, go ahead, sister.
No, you're fine. I'm like glad that I was like a step ahead of you there, brother.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Bigger
so
light.
well, I was just thinking, you know, about the sun making that spiral, but the sun and the moon, they're plasma. So plasma is the fourth form of matter that they don't really talk about when we're in school. But plasma is like manifested because of um the magnetic field of the earth. And so in the center we have the North Pole, which is Mount Zion, which is that Rupus nigra, that black rock. It's a magnetic rock, which is why our compasses all point north, because of that that magnetic field is so strong from the north. And then the outer edges of the earth is the South Pole. And so the sun and the moon, they rotate around and around and around in this toroidal field and are manifested as plasma because of it. And so that's why it makes that spiral. And so I just wanted to share with you, Ashley, some of the visuals that I had on this slide to show you that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's really, really profound, honestly. The connection just goes so much deeper than, you know, they want us to know. And this is why they don't talk much about the Fibonacci sequence, the fingerprint of Yahuah himself, toroidal vortex, the ether as well,
I
because
believe
it all connects.
the heart is a vortex as well. Like it's not what they say it is, like a pump. That's what I
Yeah,
believe at least.
that is it as well. The heart is a toroidal vortex.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah, Jeremy, there was that video, like that reel that we found on Facebook that showed that, you remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Like
so this is
when you unwrap it, it like it's long and then it can like twirl into itself.
yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so that's like the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio. And so that's that spiral that you see in these pictures, that we can see all throughout creation and different, you know, objects throughout creation. That this is like his creation has a level of mathematics to it that holds everything together.
Reminds me of when he says he comes as a whirlwind, right? Like,
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. Yes, a whirlwind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't that taken up in a whirlwind as well? Some of the prophets? Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, we should do a TED Talk, yeah. Yeah, it's really profound when you see that connection like that, and why the importance of the North is, well, important. This is why they make a mockery of it by, Black Rock and things like that, because that Black Rock mountain is Mount Zion itself. That's
I
why
have
all
another.
things. Oh,
Sorry, I
go
have
ahead,
another
go ahead.
question. I have another question. Um, so let's just say at the end of this calendar year, 364. So is it going to be the same pattern if, Yahusha has returned, but is it going to be the same pattern where it's 364, then you find equinox, then, because like my mind automatically wants to say Enoch says 364, and then so the next day would be the first day, but it would be the fifth, it would be the first day of the year, but the fifth day. My mind wants to do that instead of no, continue on the fourth day, because he doesn't
Yeah,
share his esteem. It makes sense that see, it makes sense in my mind. Yahuwah would never share his esteem with another set Kadash intercalary day. Like that is for his. It says each his own esteem, each his own glory. So it makes
yeah.
so would that repeat next year? It's just the leap years where it's getting me tripped up. Or is that just for this year?
You mean to track the equinox? It's every year. So
No, like
next year,
go ahead.
so next year we should see the equinox, like what, March 19th, March 20th, something like that. It's always those 2 dates, at least here in the US. It's when we mark that 364, that equal day, equal night. If the day after that you get a curve to your shadow, that's the marker in the heaven for that 366th day, the 00 day.
It'll just probably fall on the weekend this time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because the Gregorian day shifts.
It does. They make it seem, they try to make it seem like it doesn't. But once you understand what's going on, you can see exactly. Like they don't keep the proper 7-day cycle. They don't keep the proper leap years and things like that. Yeah, so the first day of the year will be excuse me, the day after that straight line.
But you would
So
count that as the fourth day still, not the fifth day.
yeah, correct. Because
So
the
every
0
year it's
day,
that same pattern. Leap year
yeah,
does not change that pattern this year.
no, it doesn't. There's just an extra, it's a double 0 day basically. So 2 0 days because of the leap year. That's only every 4 years.
Okay. Right, that's the part where I'm lost. It's okay. I'm gonna call my girl Nat this week.
Yeah, no worries. And yes, twice. So there will be 2 straight line shadows you can track. The fall equinox as well. I mean, you could track it on the solstices, but that's going to be where it's going to be at its maximum curve.
So yeah, like the way the gates work is the sun right now is going to the north, but it was all winter in the south. So now the sun has traveled. It's coming to the north. It's the furthest point that it's ever going to be in the north at the summer solstice. Then it turns back around. It comes back, back, and back and gets in the fourth gate again. right after the fall equinox, and it's going south to fall and winter, if that makes sense, until the
I mean,
winter equinox.
I feel like it kind of follows the concept of spring forward, fall backward. The sun is springing forward, and then after the fall equinox, it's falling backward, south.
Hilarious. It's so true. That's so funny. Yeah, like I get that. I get like how it moves. I get that. What I don't get is what leap year does. How do you know it's a leap year? How do you know where you are? How do you know? Like just because like I
It
see
just
the
won't come in
Stellarium.
at the right day, Ashley. It won't come in, and that'll happen every 4 years where it takes an extra day for the equinox to come in.
Oh, that's all that means? It just takes an extra day?
It takes an extra day for the equinox to come in on the leap year. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was something else. Sorry.
It's that easy. Really.
It's us who make it so complicated.
Oh my.
I think it's because the Gregorian trips us up because it looks like it's coming in like 2 years on one date and 2 years on one date, but it's because our leap year isn't matching up with the Gregorian leap year.
Yes, exactly. That's why the dates will be kind of quirky around that time because the leap years don't match up.
So we just had our leap year, so we had 366 days. Then we'll have 365, 365, 365, 3 years of that, and then we'll have 366 on the fourth year.
Yeah, correct.
Now, last year was the Gregorian leap year, correct, guys? Was that last year?
Yeah.
Or was that the year before?
Yeah. I think it was I'm pretty sure it was last year, if I remember correctly.
And so you guys don't know how to explain that, like why that is. It's just an acceptance. Like, okay, Enoch says it, I'm just gonna go with it, and that's it. There's nothing behind that. Correct?
Enoch was, yeah. So again, like, man, reading Enoch really gives you just a really good clarification on. He was so righteous and so holy that he was called the scribe of heaven. So yeah, y'all entrusted him with everything, with every secret, and even so that he went on behalf of the Watchers to intercede for them. And y'all was like, not so. They should be interceding for you, not you for them. So he was called the righteous scribe. So yes, I will believe him over any man-made ridiculousness of how this world works. Absolutely.
Of course. I totally agree. I'm just saying, like, it's not like you have a further understanding on why there's an excess. It just is, correct? So I'm not missing anything out. Like it's not like when the girls, my girls ask me, Mom, why is there an excess? I could just be like, that's just the way it is. Right?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know, Ashley, I would say that. I'd be like, stop
cool with that.
asking. That's just the way it is.
I'm cool. I'm totally cool with that. I just thought I was missing it. Like,
No.
what are we looking at here? What are we doing? Why are we doing it? What am I missing?
I mean, my kids the other day was like, man, it's really hot and now it's really cold. Why is that, Mom? And I was like, I don't know. I can't control the weather. It just is.
Yeah, that's how I feel with the leap year, though, Ashley. It's like, that's just how it is. Yeah.
But what is the scripture that says there's 364.25 days? Isn't that in Enoch?
I think it's 74:11.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So it is scripture that there's 0.25, and then after 4 years, that 25 catches up to an extra day.
Yeah, if you believe Second Enoch is scripture. But yes, it is in Second Enoch.
Well, it It describes the 365th, 366 days in 2 Enoch. I don't take 2 Enoch as scripture, but we do know some
Oh, she's
truth
saying
is from.
2 Enoch.
But no, in 1 Enoch it's there as well. In 74:11, it's the excess of the sun of stars.
So one thing we actually did when we first started looking at the different Zadok calendars, um, we just weren't comfortable with the intercalation of how they were adding in a seventh random week every fourth, fifth, or sixth year, depending on which one you're looking at. And it's all based on their sighting in the equinox, but then they're, depending on when the equinox comes in, they're putting it on the Gregorian calendar. And we couldn't make any sense of it. And we're like, well, maybe it's just wrong. Maybe the sun's path really is just 364 days. And so we tested that for 2 years and we just kept going. There's no way, because there's a lot of people doing a 364 day only calendar and they're not counting from 0. They're counting from 1 and they're falling behind exponentially to where they're going to
Yes.
be celebrating feasts in the middle of winter soon. So I'm not sure when they exactly started that calendar. We came in, I think it was around the time when it was maybe March 15th or something was the start of our year. And it just kept going back. And that's when we started pulling out our sundials and going, we have to figure out the sun's path. And so we can read text all day and we can read and read, but until we actually try to place that on what's happening in the luminaries in the Shemayim and observing what the stars are doing and where the moon is in the stars and where the sun's placement is, we're not going to understand and be able to interpret what it's saying. It's all just head knowledge until we start walking it out and going, the sun's path is 365 days this year, so how is it a 364 day only calendar? That's a conundrum that is in our interpretation is the problem, not Yah's word is the problem. That's us going, okay, well, it says 364, but what are we taught in school, in elementary school, that counting starts at 0. Counting doesn't start at 1, so it's our interpretation that's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Bravo. Bravo. We're
Well
all clapping over
said.
here.
0 to 364, yeah. And so also there is scriptures in Enoch. It's 72:5. That's the Enochs. It's the day the sun, it traverses through the north. And when it's in the north, it's shining in that portal in the face of heaven. Then in that same manner, in that same way, it's going to that great fourth portal. And then also that, like I said, the excess of the sun and stars in 74:11. So the first part of that verse is going to be about the excess of the sun and stars in that 6 days. In that same 6 days, it talks about the excess of the moon having to do with the lunar station.
Okay, I have a question. Sorry. Oh, I don't want to sound so stupid, but
No,
so I printed out, Natalie, thank you for the calendars, by the way, and all that hard work. So I printed it out and I was like, okay, I gotta try to understand this too, right? One, thank you so much for all the questions on the leap year because I had the same exact questions. So I'm glad you were brave enough to ask them all. Um, so I printed out the calendar and for 2026, right? Kadesh 1, we have, and I think I texted you, Marissa, about it, but I think I might have figured it out, which I'd be so impressed with myself if I did. We have Yom 4, which was the first day of the new year, right? Which was Saturday, Gregorian Saturday. And we started counting 1, correct? Yeah? Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I
Got
went through all 12 months and then I numbered them because I was like, okay, then we should get to 364, right? This is how my brain was working the other night. I was home, I was bored, I wasn't doing anything. So when I number, month 1 to 30, and then I went to month 2 and I started with 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, all the way through until month 12. My total was 358 days, right? So I'm trying to figure out why that is and then how we get to 364. But then I think I just realized was that on Natalie's month 1, I didn't count because the new year was on day 4, right? Yom 4, but I didn't count Yom 1, Yom 2, or Yom 3, which would have gave me 58, 59, 50, wait, 358, 359, 360, well, 361, which would be the equinox. And then am I missing the 4 seasonal divider days? Because they're not on this calendar, and I think that would bring me to 364. Am I making any sense?
Natalie, can you explain that, please?
Am I
Because I have
making
your calendar in front of me.
Am I making any
Please.
sense?
it
Hold on
should
a
be
second. I'm trying to find the graphic.
I
yeah,
believe it.
unless there may have been a mistake, but
I
There's
don't
even
no
on
way.
my calendar,
No, I don't
yeah,
think
there's no
so.
way.
I think I'm just not
There's
understanding. Um, you know, and I was just going, okay, day 1 of the year, and then on Kadesh 12, again, day 365, equinox, March 21st, 2027. I'm only counting 358. But if I add the seasonal divider days and the days I didn't count in Kadesh 1, which was Yom 1, 2, and 3, I believe that gets me to 364. So 58, 59, 61, 62, 64. It does. Am I making sense? Because those seasonal divider days aren't in this calendar, are they? Or is that the 31st day they are?
The 31st day is the divider day at the end of the season.
Okay.
So the months go 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, and then we have the equinox. So it could be day 365 or day 0 because he is the first and the last, the head and the beginning, the Aleph, the 2, the Alpha and Omega.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
all, it's all there.
I know, but when I numbered them, like from the month, like I ended month 1 on 30, and maybe I'm I don't know, just not even, and then I started month 2 with 31, right? Because it would got to get us to 365. I don't know what I'm missing, if I'm missing something or if I'm not, or I'm just thinking too
So
much.
are you counting? Are you asking how to get to 365 in the calendar?
Yeah, I mean, I
So
get it.
from equinox to equinox, if you count from equinox to equinox, that's 365. It's just that, like, does that help you at all?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I get it. I get 30, 30, 31, times 4 gives you 364. But I feel like when I tried to write it out, day
Okay,
1,
so when you are on month 2, day 1, what number
right,
are you at?
30, 31,
Okay, month 2, day 30, where are you at?
60,
Okay, now month 3, day 31, where are you at?
91.
Okay, so there should be 4 sets of 91
Okay. Wait. 4 sets of 91.
because there's 4 seasons of 91 days.
Okay, so this is 91. Okay, I'm going to go and count that. That'll take me a
Mm-hmm.
while. It'll
And
be a fun project. Somewhere I have a
yes.
calendar that has all of it. Let me see if I can find it on Canva while you guys are chatting amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I just sometimes for me to understand, I was like my brain, wrapping around 0 days, first day, and I was like, okay, so this should add 364. I should sometimes
Well,
I need a different, I need a differentiated instruction.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Well, it looks like that's what you shared there, Natalie. I see the different days are all numbered to 364 and even 365 for the equinox reset, 0
Okay,
day.
so
Right.
that is the one that I did to 365.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I shared it above.
yeah, so it should be 364 days all the way, and the equinox is just that 0 days or that 0 day. It
Here, wait.
divides
Let me
each
see.
year.
Let me see if I do this. This is what. Don't mind my chicken scratch. And hold on. Let me see if I can get. Take a
So is
photo.
that 0 day synonymous with the 31st day, that intercalary day?
No,
Open.
they're different.
No, it's the day
They're different.
after.
Oh, wait, I have
Which
to.
one is the day after?
So the 12th month, you'll have the 31st day, which is the end of the season. And then you'll have the equinox, which is day 365 or day 0.
Oh.
Because remember, you have to have 0 in order for the restart count to begin, or else there's no division of the years.
So
So
you can
3,
call it day 365 or 0. It's
yeah,
synonymous. Is that?
yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
get it.
The first and the last, the
Yes.
aleph and the
Oh,
two,
that's why you were saying that.
the beginning,
Exactly.
the
Oh, my
re'ach,
brain
the
cells.
rosh, the head, the chief, the leader.
Oh.
Yeah. So Ashley,
Yes.
were
I'm
you
like a
here? So,
Baptist pastor up in here.
so
What?
were
Sorry.
you?
I
Were
got a
you
lot going
here?
on, okay?
Were you here on the last call when
I was, believe it or not.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. So Marissa shared a video with me that just amazed me, and I feel like it helps understand it even better. Like 0 is a number because especially when we're talking about like degrees, right? The 0 is there to divide the negative from the positive. Well, that 0 is there to divide the year past and the year coming. So you have to have that 0 as the
Right.
divider.
What was tripping me up was this. I know that the intercalary days are the same thing as those
The washes.
Takufa days, correct? Right. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, so
Um, no,
the
Takufa would be the head of the month or season.
I thought that that's what the 31st days were. Is that
no.
no.
No, so like that's where we get that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls comes in. It says Tekufa day 4 because it's the beginning of that seasonal cycle. And then it comes
Yeah.
around and that's where the solstices and the equinoxes will kind of separate those. Although in the fall there's a reason that sometimes they land a day or two off.
So the Takufa days are not the same so you're saying the Takufa days are the equinoxes and solstices?
No. So the Tekufa days are the 4 Noah days at the heads of the 4 seasonal months, which are different from the 4 seasonal intercalary days, which are the 31st day every third month. So that's where the 30, 30, 31 comes in. That 31 is the intercalary days that are described in Enoch. Jubilees describes the 4 Noah days that are the next day after those, the Tekufas. And
Oh,
that's
they're
the
a day after.
Yeah, those are the first day of the 4 seasonal months. They all start on day 4 of the week. And same pattern as the first month.
That's where I'm getting all messed up because look, Takufa, I thought that they were one and the same. Like the head, those Takufa days were the heads,
Yeah, that's
so
where a lot of people get confused, actually. They think the intercalary days and the Tekufa days are all the same, and they're not. There's actually one is before the other, just before. So the intercalary days that's described in Enoch. The Tekufa days, the heads of months, the Noah days, that's what's written about in Jubilees. And it's always that next day after the 4 intercalary days.
Gotcha. So the intercalary days represents the heads. Can you just give me a quick definition of each one of those, real quickly,
They're
please?
they're that 31st day every 3rd month. So every 3 months, it's going to have a 31st day, and it's numbered the 31st to keep its placement where it should be. And that's going to be the day before, because we get spring, you get 30, 30, 31. Then you get summer, 30, 30, 31. Then you get fall, 30, 30, 31. And then winter, and it goes back around 30, 30, 31. And then you'll have the divider day after the intercalary day, but before the head of the year. Because it's not counted in the days, the weeks, the months, any of that. It's just the 0 day, the divider day. That's why he's the Aleph and the Tav, the beginning and the end. That is exactly where the years, days, seasons, they begin and end, right there in the north, because that's where Mount Zion is.
But why are there 4 Tekufa days?
One for each season. There's 4 seasons.
Oh.
It's the 4 Noah days, describing exactly what happened during the events of the flood on those days, actually.
Which is so neat, which is why their remembrance days, because something significant happened that Noah went through on those days.
Correct.
Jeremy,
Yeah,
maybe we should do a review of that, the Noah days.
of the the Noah's flood and things like that.
Yeah, let's
I'm
do
down to do that.
a little. It's I mean, probably not today, but because I love talking about that, and we've got some new people in here. Maybe they don't know that fully.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find my old notes on that, and we'll definitely go over it again. But even the events of the flood, they line up with the true Zadok calendar. It's really amazing. Yeah, there you go, Natalie.
Awesome, Natalie.
And also, I have my write-up I did. So all about Yahuah's Luminary calendar that was kept by the sons of Zadok. Let me get the link for everybody here. One second. Let's see. And yeah, I walked through it in this as well, and the importance of the North. I basically took what Marissa's presentation says for the lunar stations and things like that, because she knows all about that, not me. But I go through it all here. Let me get the link there. And that's just the shortened down version of my big article that is, all about the sons of Zadok, which I was going to do a little separate one, all about the sons of Zadok, because I have that and the calendar like in one, and this is a huge